Hello, thank you. Has been much since she just a little sleepy. The thing I can imagine is just we're gonna go and take out a couple areas. Got Ochkanatlan and Quahacan Cliff. Do that before stuff goes, and nice thing is that now that Xianyun is out of the party, I can finally use a less stupid party. Okay. Let me go and put the expeditions through. Again, I will say that I would like to try to... there are more lines here. I guess we're running more today then. Okay. Just want to get it out of the way here. Want to level Kave in addition to Yansa and Varus in next patch cycle, but we'll see what happens. Big thing is, before I forget, Xianyun has her final set of final anecdote. It's going to be nice and exciting to finish that up as well. A crowd of people gathers to express their gratitude outside Xianyun's residence. So I wonder who all that's going to be besides the obvious candidates. Let's see what happens. Let's put in Xianyun and Shenhe back in the party. And I guess I've taken them out because, yeah, I was wondering if there was going to be any combat in the movie event and tried to put some relevant parties in, and then there just wasn't. So, good stuff, really. Xianyun, and maybe Razor might show up like last time. Doubtful, but I'll put him in anyway. Oh, forgot to actually set the party. Thank you. And let's go up here where her house is. And Risha, Rukun, Shenhe. So it's just a bunch of random old people. So, once you were somewhat unimpeachable character, Rikun, when you raise a heroine as virtuous as Shinkaku-san. Shinkaku-sanが助けてくれなかったら、子供が払ったボラはあの悪徳観光団にぼったくられるところだった。ずっと働き詰めだったお父さんに旅行でも楽しんでもらおうと思ったら、とんだ詐欺集団だったなんて。
So they weren't the same scammers. Shenhe had her Archon story quest, but scammers nonetheless. Is that cool? You have a pamphlet? Apparently it's all fake. This suits for some hastily built huts. We got food. There was never even any lard to cook with. Yeah, they should have used bird. What a shame we exploit the early spirit of our youth. Their vile and base ends. One shall show them no mercy. Undertale. The group's boss story turned himself into the mill. It was all black and new, and he turned me my money. Imagine there's some Shenhe involvement. Just beat him up. He had constantly noticed a bag of white-haired heroine was on the restaurant for mercy. But he didn't notice Shinkaku-san who secretly aided us. Oh my goodness. They really should have given her a DPS counter too. That's why we're here to thank you in person. How did Shenhe already discover the truth? Noble deeds are not done for fame. Oh, that's disappearance event. Fire rain. Not done for fame? You're all too kind to come forth in this manner. Hope you enjoyed your trip. Virtue really does run the family. Truly have taught her well. Shenhe is quiet in one of few words, but she has her own way of conducting herself. For me, I place faith in her and support her and influence her decisions as little as possible.
当初
It was
神
she who
格も
signed me up with
私を
that
思っ
senior
て
whatever was
観
called
光
tour
団
group
とや
at
らに
first,
申し
only
込
to
んで
arrange
く
for me
れ
to
たの
travel
だが
abroad herself afterwards
その
instead.
後目
Now, I see
的
that
地
she
を
had her
国
own
外に
plans
変え
in
た
mind.
今思えばあの子なりの算段があったのだろう
And that as well as the youth come into their own,
全く
elders such as
子
myself
供
should
た
not
ち
do
は
more
ど
than
んど
let
ん
them
成長
soar.
していく
Rhymes and learn to enjoy
師
life
匠にできる
ourselves.
ことは自由を与えて見守りつつ成長を喜ぶことくらいだろう
国外旅
Travel
行とは
abroad,
なん
Shenhe
と
really
素
is a
晴ら
model
し
of
い。
filial piety.
は
So I wonder if we'll
あ、
ever be
外
lucky
国
enough to
にな
travel
ど生
like
き
that.
て
How
お
much
る
would
う
that
ち
even
に行ける
cost?
かどうか。
Oh, so she's gonna
大
start
金がかかるんじゃろう
pointing
な。
first.
お父さんにも行か
I'll have
せ
to
てあ
take my
げたい
dad
な
out to see the world too.
カウン
If
さ
you
ん、
don't mind, could you
お
give
す
us
す
some
めの場
advice, Miss
所はある
Xianyun?
かい？
Surely can't go
あ
wrong
んた
with
の
a
審
selection
美
of
眼
some
な
of
ら
your
きっ
unique
と間
tastes.
違いないじゃろ。
Fortunately, they can't fly around and be razor, I imagine.
私
Informing me
も
I'm
素
no
人
expert,
ゆ
so what I
え
give cannot be
おすす
considered
めとまではい
guidance.
かないがもし興
That
味が
said,
あ
should
れ
you be
ば
interested, I do have a
今
number
回
of
の旅
experience
の
and
見聞
pictures
や
of
景
scenery
色を
from
ま
my
とめて
travels
み
of
た
which
の
I
だ
could share a few.
自由に見ていってくれ
Yeah, with the other old timers.
すごい
Well, that sure is a crowd. Hi there, Shenhe. Hey, Shenhe.
あれ
So we are here. It just took a while for this to arrive.
しんた
Didn't really notice the diagonal which this house is at.
先日ぶりだな
Hello, Senjutsu Buridana.
くちょっとだけ話
We
が
were
聞こ
just
えたけ
listening.
ど
Seems like everyone's here to thank you for
あい
busting
つら
a
は
fraudulent
悪
tour
徳
group
観
out.
光団を懲らしめた神格にお礼を言いに来たんだよな。
あ
It does sound
あお
like
そ
it.
らくな
Not paying attention, huh?
ほ
Yeah, hey, wait, and then why they will gather
待って、
around
いやいや
her
お
to
か
thank
しいだ
you.
ろ。なんで神格へのお礼な
They're
の
all
にカーンが
old.
取り囲まれてるんだよ。
師匠の
As
話
her
術
skill
は
in
素晴
conversation
ら
is
しい
second to none, it was only natural that she
人
attracts
々が引きつ
attention.
けられるのも当然のこ
Poor
と
her.
だもし
In
観
the
光を
case, even
取り
had I
消
not
さず
cancelled her
師匠
registration,
が
she would
参
have
加し
taken
ていた
action
と
upon
しても
discovering their tricks once she
きっと
participated
師
in
匠
them.
ならば観光中不審に気づきそうすれば今と
So
同じよ
everyone
う
is
に
gathered around her, and I think
皆
she
は師
deserves
匠
the
を囲ん
respect
で
regardless.
礼を言っていたのだろう
What a good kid.
もしか
Wait,
し
so
て
the reason you were so
神
insistent on
格が
canceling the
申し込み
registration
を
back
取り
then
消
was
した
because you
の
knew
も
something was up.
観光団に裏があるって気づいたからな
Probably
の
not.
か。
Oh, that's a disciple of a Xianyun. Were
先
you
を見据え
perceptive
て
and
の行動
thorough?
だったんだな。
No, just
いや
embarrassment. Oh, no,
そ
not
う
at
で
all.
はない社長を訪ねた
I saw
時
their boss out to refund my
彼は酔っ
deposit.
て
He
いた
rejected my request and tranquilly spilling the beans in
返
the
金を
process.
断られた
On
が
seeing that he wouldn't cooperate, I was forced to use my fists instead.
内情をペラペラと喋ってくれたのだ
Yeah, it's just... It's kind of similar to Satvali,
一
honestly.
向に返金に
This
応じて
crowd
くれなかっ
DPSs
た
are
ゆえ
oversaturated, but
拳で解決するほかなかった
really, just... The fact that all of their cons are pure
そ
support.
そうだったんだな。
So that's what happened. Well, later coming in, what goes around
自業
comes
自
around.
得だ。墓穴を掘ったってやつだな。とにかく
Still,
ハッ
all's
ピ
well that
ーエ
ends
ンド
well
でよ
right.
か
The
った
bad
ぞ。
guy gets his just desserts.
悪者
Everyone
は
recouped
罰
their
を受
losses
け
and
て
shown
み
you
んな
had
は
fun.
損せずに済んだ。カーンも上機嫌だしな。
そういえば
Speaking of endings, Shisha's
主らのお
journey
か
seems
げ
to have
で
been a pleasant one.
師匠
Thank
は
you.
楽しい旅ができたようだ師匠
She
は
bought my
我ら
fellow
で死に
disciples and I many local
たくさん
specialties
の
with
土
a
産を
variety
買
of
ってきてく
flavors.
れた
The pleasure of getting a taste of Mondstadt
味は
as a
様
result.
々だったが我はモンド土産をもらった
Well, she brought back nothing but food. What did she get? You can't finish it all. Probably happy about that.
一人で食べきれなかったら手伝ってやるぞ。
Tetsudatte Aruzo.
風車アスター
And we'll
に
answer Cecilia's
Cecilia
Calahoolies, all
の花
which tastes better than Ching's
それからドドリアン
Yeah.
これは精神より
Remind
食
you
べや
that
すかった
she eats
パイモンも
plants.
食べるか
え、生で食べるのか？
What a raw. Patlin's gonna pass on that. Is your
遠
stomach
慮しとく
okay?
ぞ。シカ
To
ク、
be
お腹
fair
壊してないか？
I believe the Sicilians get used in. Do they get used for Albedo's recipe? They might. I know that cows get used in some soup.
特に異
Yes,
常
are
は
they
ない
inedible? I thought they were like chingsin.
生ではい
Which
けない
itself
の
is
か
also used in recipes.
精神も
Most
普
people
通
wouldn't
は
even eat
生
chingsin
で
raw.
食
They
べない
usually
ん
cook
だ
plants
ぞ。
before eating them.
植物ってのは調
recipe
理してから食べるんだ。
なるほど
See, in that case, we'll take them over to one main
では
restaurant later and have Chef on
後で
study
万民堂
them.
に持って行っ
Once that
て
research is done, we
ウ
can
ッシ
enjoy
師匠
them
に尋ね
together.
てみようむ
Yes, let's do that.
約束だ
Goodness.
主らに
Before
伝
that,
え
I
た
have
い
something
こ
I
と
should
があ
tell
る
you. Thank you.
こたび
The
は
return to Lily Harbors
こう
made
して
Shisho
リーウェ
very
港に
happy and
戻
is
っ
in
て
a
きて
pleasant
くれ
That's charisma. For that, I thank you.
師匠だけでなく、我も嬉しかった。 改めて礼を言う。また会え
Thanks
る
for
の
stopping by. I
を
look forward
楽
to
しみ
seeing you
に
again
してい
soon.
る。
See you again soon. That much of a hurry to say goodbye.
またと
Then
は
the focus of the phrase on
相
seeing
手
each
と
other
の
once
再
more.
会を期し
Customers
ての
always
言
smile
葉
and
だと
say that
聞
to
い
each
た。
other after they finish eating.
店の客は食
Wait
事
for
を
its
済ませ
character
た後、
development.
いつも笑顔でまたと言ってくる。主ら
What
に
I mean
ま
to
た
say
す
is
ぐ
I'm
に
very much
会える
looking
よ
forward
う
to seeing you again at the
願っ
soonest
ている。
opportunity. So, right, look forward to seeing you again soon, Shenhe. Okay. And that should be all of the anecdotes now. Doesn't seem like they're keeping any special track of it, though. Let's see. Was Xianyun gracious? Xianyun was greeted by a crowd of grateful townfolk outside her residence. It turns out that Shenhe's deeds in defeating a villainous street gang have benefited a great many people. Setting a good example by graciously accepting their gratitude, Xianyun appears to be thoroughly enjoying herself. When a quiet corner, Shenhe has everyone thanks to give. Okay, let's pick these up. 5, 10, 15, 20. Was it really in order? Yeah, we got enough for Varus and Yon-san at the moment, and then... Oh, they should come lately. Sometime in the patch. Gotta fight this boss a bit first, though. That was... 5, 7, 8, 10, 12, 15, 18, 21, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 31, 34, 35, 39, 40, and 45. Character Anecdotes. Okay. Let's check that. Again, it... Yeah, we've done all 45. So there's no special notation that we've completed them all, but using the wiki as a reference, unless it's somehow lying to me for some end. It's created to fool me. The devil put it there. Test my faith. It... Definitely. Has that finished? So dailies and getting some ley lines out of the way. But yeah, been able to use Venti for comms along with Mizuki. It's really nice. Of course, the real thing is going to be when I can switch out Mizuki entirely. Bring in Varus, Yon-san, then keep Mavica, and then put in Shavros, I believe. So generally, that is considered to be the best Varus team, so we'll see how we can run that. Just like this. Thank you.
逃げようなんて思わないでよね。顔が曇ってるぞ、春風の夢。僕と覚めて。すぐ終わらせてあげる。足元に気をつけて。風だ。夢だ。
Yeah. She was honestly fine enough for comms before, but I won't lie, the crowd control makes a significant difference. Okay. Also, given the whole secret source fragments thing, the big piece of the moon over here is almost certainly one of those. It's a weird sort of gray lined metal. Come on. Let me.
逃げようなんて思わないでよね。 顔が曇ってるさ。ゆっちゃん、てっちゃん。
Decently down. Nice. We got moving around at the start, but everything really does not help. Okay. I'm moving, and yeah, Quahacan Flower Feather. That's where I need to be going next. And Ochkanatlan, and it, again, should not take too long to clear it all, but we'll see what happens. Oh. And see what happens. Do this. Not economy training. Easy enough. Again, especially considering how enjoyable the Qucusaur and Iktomi movement abilities are, really. Kind of surprised that there are no conditions in the new areas. Literally none whatsoever. Maybe they'll change that with the volcano, but again, it's probably a relic of the fact that the releases of some of the Natlan areas were delayed and rushed, respectively, in parts. Okay. That does continue. And thank you. Don't need to read this. So we've gotten that Jade Heart from the big statue AI down here. Beyond that, it makes me wonder. So what happens? Go this way. Apparently the beta is going to be starting a week later than usual to match up with the delayed drip marketing schedule, which is interesting, I suppose. So it's definitely going to, again, make people less apt to just maybe skip Varisa in favor of whoever's in 5.6, which we don't know yet. Probably Aoife, maybe, just because he shows up in 5.5's event. Maybe Capitano. A lot of people are saying the 5-star is going to be the Fontaine Chef Girl with no hype and build up, which is a little more believable than I might think. Okay, here we are. Slid up at the end, so let's collect all of this. Then the question is how much we'll have and hello, Goblin. Italian Goblin. You missed dailies in the final Xianyun anecdote, neither of which were especially notable, I'd say. 161 stored up right now. Again, the question really is, yeah, I guess you have to die now. We'll miss you. Okay. Yeah, but today, Quahacan, and then Ochkanatlan over there. Done all the quests, so it's just about looking around to clear up the rest of the exploration. That said, talking to all the people here, I imagine, will take time, because it always does. Also, there should be about 13 more total Pyroculi just in general, as of current. So we'll see whether we're able to find them all at the moment. Okay, so Mizuki. Well, to be honest, what does D even contribute in this team? Well, defense. Oh, okay. F1 spoilers. Oh my goodness. Every time I hear something new about Italians, it makes me wonder. Not necessarily in a bad way, it's just... it's a different place. It's exotic. Okay. Let's go like this. Bonus. Red. Very good. I keep forgetting how good Kazu's buff is, because it's just... my characters are so tied to specific teams that it's It's easy for me to forget, honestly, just numerically, what they're doing. But Xianyun got to... Well, I mean, more that they would be openly discussing F1 spoilers to the point that it would have to be something you would actively have to look out for. It's a different world to me. But essentially, Xianyun got to Friendship 10, so I was able to switch her out of the team and put other parties in, which is nice. But, got some uses. But of course, any overload content is made trivial by him too. Because he's the best. Okay. Let me... The big thing is I'm trying to move all the ley lines out of the way of Quahacan. Because sometimes they do, very, very rarely, and it hasn't happened since launch, block other things from appearing. So I just need to do my due diligence to make sure that is not going to happen. Also, gotta use up the daily bonus, so make that happen. Come on. Oh wow. Not the Google News F1 spoilers. It's so over. Okay. And you. And get my gun, of course. Never really get the quadratic, because audio scroll doesn't work like that, but hey, it's boosting the damage. And I guess we'll just smack you. There we go. Should all be out of the way on Quahacan now. A little sad that I'd be farming money when I wanted to be farming experience, but that's okay. Like I said, as of right now, we've got enough books to take Xianyun and Varisa all the way to 90 once I've gotten the mats for them. This equates to about 258, need 420 or so purple books. This equates to about 258 purple books. So I'll need to get a few more for... Oh, Kave's going to be in theater. I want to use him, as in he's going to be one of the required characters. But since he's all Bloom associated, he really needs levels, and he's not leveled. And then Kirara needs one level up for a trail challenge, but we'll see what happens. Let's put... Oh, exploration party back in. Right now you got, yep, the sword bow that doesn't need healing. So yeah, we're just gonna go right back here. Go around the cliff side, this area, and then, you know, honestly, let's just go straight to the village first. Make that happen. But... Are you having a good day being Italian goblin? Is there such thing? That's good. I'm a little tired. So, you know, marathon the ending of Elden Ring yesterday. Well, marathon the rest of Elden Ring DLC yesterday, but I'm okay. It feels like relief. In the end, it was sort of, I was wondering near the end, you know, maybe I could just go and do the rest of it next time. But it was very much a sort of, it was right at the end, and I really didn't want to have to devote more stream slots to it when I want to move on to something like Sonic Frontiers or Pokemon Legends Arceus. Got to reset my file for Arceus, though. So I'm wondering who I might want to bring to Pokebank first so I don't just lose them forever. If I recall correctly, I got a shiny Staravia in my partial Legends playthrough. Bias towards Pokemans. Okay, I'll be sure to make you wait for it then. Artist Suspense, hello! Just discussing what I'm gonna do next, because I actually finished Elden Ring yesterday entirely, beat the DLC, and now it's just done. How are you doing? All these these balloons. Those won't pop. Will they? No, they won't. Those balloons up there. Don't know if there's any purpose to them. It is what it is. Go for it. Spicy dinner. Interesting. And what's the spicy dinner this time? Any noodles? It's been a long time since I've had any kind of Southeast Asian noodle, but I miss it. Back when I was in college, there was a really good restaurant around. They had a peanut... Pho might not be the right word. I think they did call it pho though, but it was a peanut pho, very thick broth, of course, to the extent it could be called broth, because it was, you know, basically noodles and slightly thin peanut butter, with some pretty thin and rare beef. It's very, very tasty. Oh, with bird's eye chilies? It's been a couple of years at this point. It's been a while. It really does feel like the old days for me. Nice. I feel obligated to try, like I said, that really, really spicy hot sauce again, but just, I don't know, 1 drop instead of 3, and I hope it doesn't just outright kill me. But with my luck, it will just outright kill me this time. You know, with all my, Elden Ring tiredness, I'm not sure my body would be able to handle it. Cadmiel? Somewhere else will there be opportunities for me to take? The worms are gone. The worms have been gone for years. Something the matter. Well, I failed my flight test. It went horribly. I couldn't fly well at all. In fact, I didn't even make it up to the clouds. That makes it the second time now. To be honest, this is all pretty discouraging. The second time isn't a lot for many riders, but it's not a good sign all the same. Think about my tribes. People wasted the best half of their lives out of success, threw themselves into flying for years on end. I'm kind of scared they'll become like them. Perhaps I just have to accept the fact that I'm wingless and get out of here. You haven't left yet, have you? I mean, I haven't completely lost all faith just yet. I'd be pacing here like this, otherwise would I? Will I cut out to be a rider? Do I really leave the town? Is one mistake going to ruin everything for me? I know this idea may seem childish and like a waste of time for elders, but people have to take responsibility for their own lives. True. Thanks for listening to my rambling. I hope I didn't waste your time. Maybe leaving soon. The Far for the Clan is a great place to be. Hope you enjoy your time here. Goodbye. Just hope I'll make the right decision. I hope you do too. Teachings of contention, I believe. Let's explore the cliffside first. Because I know that there's the one gal who always gets kidnapped, and I still gotta do 2 out of 3 of her encounters. And I wonder if she'll go back to clan location once I do, so I want to check that out. Okay. Let's see what happens. One day... What do you mean by that? Either way, one day, I suppose... Is that Italian? Either way, I suppose... One day, far in the future, my dream is to get a bunch of people together for the Elden Ring Seamless Co-op mod, and do some kind of roleplay playthrough of the whole game with ideally 6 players co-op. Yeah, that'd be fun. Ideally with, I don't know, Dom and the boys. See who could get involved with that, who's, you know, free enough, because it would be a scheduling question. Random warrior just sitting around over here. What are you doing? But the big idea would be to make everyone play some kind of RPG class sort of archetype. Ideally, sends us up. Warp pipe should be. Is there one that corresponds to below, or is there only one for up? Oh, it's this one, I imagine. Yeah. I would think. But... it's when I tried to think about this a long, long time ago, the idea was kind of, there's sort of 5 stat builds for which a 5 stats out of the 8 for which a consistent, sensible, single stat build, quote-unquote, could be put together. And then you could kind of lump together health and stamina for the tank. And then you'd have 6, and for the longest time before it got modified, 6 was the limit that the mod had for how many people can be in the same row together. Because the base game had that limit too, as in 1 player up to... up to 2 summons, and then, I believe, 1 invader, 2 invaders and 1 anti-invader hunter. But... so originally the Seamless Co-op mod had to essentially coincide and take advantage of that limit, but eventually they were able to outright create their own limit. And just make it, you can have as many people as your device can handle, which is fine. But it's, you'd have a sort of shielder tank with vigor and endurance, then you'd have a sort of a standard warrior with leveling strength. Though to be fair, to be honest, the best bows in the games, which would be the great bows, scale better with strength and dexterity anyway. So I suppose there just isn't a smaller... isn't a pipe on the side of the cliff that corresponds to that? That's interesting, I suppose. Anyway, let's double back because some slimes over there I wanted to see. But either way, as I was saying, then you've got dexterity, which I suppose would be a bit of a thief build, maybe light bows, though to be fair, light bows mostly suck outside of the very narrow exception of, I suppose, applying status effects. But even then, that's really more of a arcane build kind of thing. They've also got lightning in the same way that strength builds also have access to fire, despite being, you know, a physical stat most of the time. And then, of course, you have a wizard with intelligence, which would almost entirely be magical damage with some physical on the side. And then the faith build with buffs, healing, and then holy fire, lightning, and also magic, because faith builds get everything in Elden Ring, which is amusing. But then the odd one out would be the arcane-only build, which would be... there's really nothing in the game that only requires arcane. The only things there would be... oh. It's gonna go, or... the 2 Bale incantations you get from Bale's Heart at the conclusion of that whole sort of quest line. Okay, so I suppose that not all of them have connected pipes. Some of them just send you up, but alright. But really everything else, it's gonna be a sorcery. It's only 2 sorceries really, or a incantation in most cases that just outright requires arcane. Let's grab that, and you did not even take damage. Surprising, actually. So that would mostly be status effects, blood buildup, and it has really strong options too, but it has to be a lot more spread out of a build to use anything at all, really. And so I'd probably end up playing that one, because 1, it's the most edgy, and 2, because like I said, you need much more of a spread out build, so you don't get the durability or just general ability that a build with an actual focus would really have. Yeah, well, I don't know. If you say so. And I know you're insulting me. Nice. Good, got that. See the Sumpter Beast right there. Sore. Well, I'm aware it's a fact. But you also mean it as an insult. Good enough pyro that even those 2 big bites did not erase it. And it's interesting that there were a couple of Sumter beasts here in Natlan for whatever reason. They added a couple in Shenhe in Liyue when they added Shenhe. Past that, it's, you know, Sumeru. There are not any in Fontaine, I believe. Interestingly enough. Ikuya? If it's right over here... Wait. Not in this... It's gonna be in some kind of cave or what? Anything above me? Yeah, it was above me. Alright. Alright. Let us ascend. See if we can manage. So you descend enough. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to reach that properly unless we started from a bit higher up, which is... That's interesting. Okay. Let's, suppose, use all of our phlogiston to ascend. Hi there, hello. Oh, look. This is worrying. Let's try not to blow any of this up. Oh, goodness. Really nothing that... No safe spot, huh? Oops. Oops! Ouch. 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 Well, Chaska's gone. Mahadi's not. Oops. Okay. Oh, so I suppose what you were supposed to do was blow up that balloon, the target balloon, and then that would presumably detonate everything else. Oh, yeah, because if it was like over there, you'd be able to drop the barrel, blow everything up, and take everyone out. Well, that was something. Poor her. Let's feed her. Got some of this, but it's mostly all... We got some invigorating kitty meals. Okay. Gonna say the only food we have for healing is 3-star now, but that's not true. Big thing is, drop this on them, they should all die. Yeah, that was fun. And as soon as the music has begun... Oh, it didn't end because there's a Qucusaur here. Hello there. Good thing that we deal all kinds of damage. That really is Chaska's best advantage. Just really great for just taking around the overworld. So you never really have to worry about changing your party out when you run into something with an immunity, because you're never especially strong against something, and sense of targeting a specific weakness, but very rarely are you going to be hard-walled. Really never are you going to be hard-walled. Let's go down here. Okay. You and then one of the flowers. And an unlit phlogiston pink. If ever I see those, I always gotta ask. And Mavika doesn't like that, so I guess it's just nothing and will always be nothing. I can sympathize. Okay. Okay. Goes around here. Oh, I believe that gets used in one of the Chaska challenges. The Chaska challenges.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's left, I suppose, is... I think I've gone over most of this, but... It's the remaining bits of the hill. Extends a little over to Huitzli, but... Yeah, this is where the polychrome tri-stars are, and... Even if... Chaska is actually very good for fighting them, because she can target their elements without too much trouble. But as in, you can just put Pyro, Hydro, and Cryo character in the party with her, and she can just shoot at them and break their shields down without having to put any special thought into it. And I've done that a couple times. It's a lot slower, I suppose, and it's not great for getting the achievement where you break, well, where you defeat them all in quick succession. But so that's the 3rd level achievement. I've gotten it before, and I never need to do it again. Thank goodness. So, not really my problem. There we go. I do find it very interesting that this team, albeit with Fiorina swapped out for Milani, because Milani's not really supporting here. She's not supporting here. Is actually Chaska's best team, even though a lot of the reactions that proc are going to be freeze reactions that don't do any extra damage. Just because Sitwali being able to get shred on Hydro and Pyro damage is just such an important contribution. That's the thing with Chaska, that unless, and I did actually contemplate it when things came out, but since she doesn't really proc a lot of swirls, that's not great. Thought about using Iridescent Venerer in order to allow her to shred her own elements. But, again, since she's not dealing enough animo damage to really shred all her elements, you know, you'd have to be shredding all 3 for it to really mean anything. You're better off just running her with Obsidian for crit rate and damage, and then having Sitwali do the shred for every element except Cryo. And yet again, the Rhinos are nothing to reveal to us. And as such, we abused animals for no end. Yeah, you can see them right over there. It's a view from behind that you could never get when not when first came out. What really is annoying about them, and Relay and Sappho are kind of similar in that they will stray from their prescribed sort of area very easily, so it's very easy to, while just trying to fight them and maneuver, for them to just spontaneously snap back to their spawn position and regain all their health, even when you weren't actively trying to run away. And that's... that's right, you're an NPC that can't be fought. Got a friendly health bar. Me. Check. Yeah, and this was originally a challenge, but can't really be done anymore. Okay. Believe I did all those, yeah. At this point, how many Saurian fangs do I have? How many? I've got enough fangs and whistles to last me a lifetime at this point, I imagine. Just because there really aren't that many non-Saurian and non-warrior enemies in Natlan, period. You've got some elites for the secret source mechanisms and avatars of lava, but let me... Avatars of lava. Other than that, really, that's about it. Got the leaf coils. Oh, and the wires. The wires, right. But the abundance of Natlan enemies, especially since they just made a lot of them, it's even higher than the max, because Fontaine brought back a good number of just the Hill Troll Rangers from the end of Sumeru there, weirdly enough, and even some Rift Hounds, and then Richard Primuses, which were only around Elenos, interestingly enough. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't put them anywhere else as a sort of general Abyss enemy, to be honest. But I respect it. So, as was said, we've basically reached Huitsui Hill and got to the boundary of course, the areas newly added. Over here, at least. Let's poke around down here just to make extra sure, extra careful. Yeah, it's gonna be honestly kind of funny of the volcano coming with mechanisms using every kind of saurian, and then you've got early not one with, you know, still half of them, because half of the saurians introduced were just in there, but even still. It really is kind of crazy that the Tanatia cloud, and which cloud was the Tanatia cloud again? It's the Broken Moon. And that one over there stays, and it's actually about at the physical level of Celestia. Of course, I can't reach it from there, but... Excuses for victory and defeat. Have I done this one? As in, have I redone this one? I'm not quite sure. Let's do it, though. One more time. Keep on going. Honestly, what I should have done is saved the Night Soul refresh for when might run into issues with running out of the Infinite Phlogiston, but I don't need to be that smart. And you see, right, it uses the challenge. It uses the tube for the challenge. Let's go inside again. And again, it's so nice with Jaska. But it really, really... Many parties believe that Aoife is going to have just normal Qucusaurus flights, which is probable, frankly. And get that. Keep going. Another maximum score. Boy, the evil purple balloons. Purple is the color of evil. This is known. And like psychic type Pokemon, poison type Pokemon, and I guess you could say that dark type Pokemon have their type color as a very dark purple. Again, it is interesting to me that dark type Pokemon in the original Japanese are specifically evil Pokemon, which, as in their name, is literally, it's the Aku type. Which makes it interesting how in the TCG they ended up with actual dark Pokemon, as in Yami no Pokemon. Well, not just dark, outright evil. Not edgy. Evil. Or I suppose maybe just bad, but either way, there's a certain moral gloss to it that extends beyond. Yeah, this takes us into here. It's where we found the guy whose challenge that was originally. Okay. Can I go ahead? There we go. Oh, and we never got this Mora rock. Good thing I came back and checked. Here for me. Okay. He's got part of that encampment there. Darkrai would just put you to sleep, and then the nightmares you already have would kill you. I wouldn't recommend it. Well, the thing about Darkrai is that bad dreams means you take damage from nightmares. So... after 8 turns, you would just die. And then I'd have to find someone else. Okay. Now, what would I do? Try, maybe? I'm not so sure about that. You're not a legendary Pokemon. You're a non-legendary Italian. Well, really, you're Sicilian, which is different. Yeah. Quite frankly, again, it... You know, the existence of Italians as a category is itself controversial among Italians. As, you know, I'm sure you know as a so-called Italian. And huh? They're back? You're kidding. Okay. My question is... I were to Oh, yeah, that is a valid target of... Valid target of Quahacan. Pokemon Sicilian Bulla? Is that it? But... as I was saying, back in college I took a little class on the architecture of Rome. Just the singular city of Rome. Throughout its entire history. And it was really, really cool. It's probably one of the best classes I've taken. But near the end we started talking about modern Italian architecture. When people got interested in the idea of Italians besides just, you know, individual regions. And the big thing was some time was spent on the typewriter. I forget what its real name was, but you know, I'm sure you know the typewriter. The big Italian unification monument. And just, in particular, how detested it is by pretty much everyone in Italy. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you probably know it by name. It's the Vittoriano, right? Yeah, I think that's the Vittoriano. The big typewriter monument, typewriter-shaped monument in Rome that apparently everyone just hates because it looks like garbage. Oh, so since we got to actually get the flower, it opened back up. Okay. You're gonna tell me that I know more about the architecture of Rome than you. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised, considering that you live on a different part of the boot. And also you didn't study it for a class. And do you need saving? I think so. Oh? Wait, what? Or... is this the Qucusaur we saved? Yeah! This is something that happened after that quest happened. Okay, step 1. Around that core route, you've healed up. Let's go. You're the best, most obedient kid, aren't you? Out? Well, yeah, exactly. I imagine they'd want to study monuments that people like instead of monuments that people hate. No, here comes trouble. Come on, Trent. We gotta go help her again. Yeah, exactly. Well, we don't need to fight. We just gotta talk. Hello, Moscow. Come on, Kuruk, be good now. You haven't recovered fully yet, so don't seek out a hunt again. You won't want me to worry, would you? Besides, you're hunting some nettos, a whole mountain of raw meat. Way too much for you to finish. It's gonna go to waste at this rate. Rah. That's right, that's a good boy, Kuruk. You're just the best, most obedient Qucusaur, aren't you? Stab at you, that tickles. Oh, cute. Okay, that just repeats. Ah, the raw meat's right here. Okay. Too bad I've basically become vegetarian. Okay. That is... I want to see if the dog will eventually change. Bird is the word. That's what Peter Griffin says, at least. He'd never lie to me. Altar to the motherland. Oh, goodness. I've always heard it called Vittoriano. Yeah, because it... the big thing, and I suppose it kind of foreshadowed, kind of presaged Italian fascism in a certain sense, is that it had a hard time trying to sort of harmonize Christian Rome and pagan Rome, and that led to it being sort of ideologically and architecturally incoherent. Though, to be fair, it's not as if Dante's Divine Comedy didn't try to do something at least somewhat similar. Yeah, don't worry, I also don't like the Italian monarchy. Not that my opinion means anything. But... yeah. And we already went and beat that local legend another time later. You know, who hasn't gotten exiled at least once in their life? Sicilian exiled Bulla? Is that a word? Oh, that didn't connect. Too small? Okay. Alright. So I believe over there... I think that might be a person in that cage. I know that some of them have their remains interred in the Pantheon. When I went in, we saw that. But what I find really, really amusing is that France has a replica Pantheon just as a crypt. Because the real Roman Pantheon got used as a crypt eventually, in, you know, the same way long before. France is just so funny. I don't even really mean it in a bad way, it's just building a replica Pantheon to be used as a tomb, which was of course not the original intended use of the real Roman Pantheon. Trembling female voice, help help some please, is there anybody there? Here in this hot air balloon, it's full of villagers. Captured again. Yeah. I wonder, is this balloon gonna stay here after we reset the area? So this is part of her special sort of exploration objective. Oh well. Savior, thank you for your help in defeating these hill trolls. I was just standing on the cliff admiring the scenery and one of them knocked me right out. The time I woke up, I was trapped in here. They're probably gonna eat you. So like the key, I'll write the keys in the chest over there. Could I trouble you to do me a teensy-weensy favor? I'd be eternally, utterly grateful if you would. And a Qucusaur took it. The key, Qucusaur snatch it right up. It's one near this sword, and we have to catch it. I guess we can shoot you, and you can be taken out in midair, unlike the others. And oh, that totally messes up your behavior. Does mean we get an aerial spirit sconce, which is not really supposed to happen. That's why Qucusaurus is usually untargetable in midair. Okay. Quest item. Key for mobile and platform. Looks like stores open a cage from a camp below a hot air balloon somewhere, but would someone really be kept in a cage like that? I guess. Don't know what she did to deserve it. Must have been terrible. Okay, and let's go up here and free you. Hi. Please, my savior, this place is so up and there's so many Qucusaurs about. Can it possibly leave me alone here in this cage? Let's do it. Oh well. So unfortunate. So, freedom at Conulaf again. Freedom from this prison at last. What about it first? This hot air balloon keeps on swaying this way and that. Who knows? Perhaps a gust of wind will come and blow the whole thing down. Even still, I would not be able to save us then, I fear. What happened to you this time? So, my savior, didn't expect to run into me and have you save me again during respective travels. How did I not say previously that my name is Conulaf, a trainee priest of the Masters of the Nightwind? As the title suggests, I'm currently in training to be a priest. I've stayed within our tribe all my life, so the elders told me if I didn't go out and see the world, so they kicked me out of the tribe under the guise of training. So I wouldn't call getting caught by hill trolls a good kind of seeing the world would be my savior. Venturing on your own is dangerous enough. You'll be fine so long as you're strong enough, and you're not. If you're not fooling with that, there just aren't many adventures and skill these humans are in this world. Case, thank you so much for saving me, savior. Now, after all this went, I've been subjected to Nightwind. Should head down before giving my continued training more consideration. Don't have much on me, but in my family, we repay kindness when it is shown to us. So let me give you these. And let's pick up the exquisite chest. Hi. Again, I wonder, when we reload this area, will we get something new on that hot air balloon? Will it be gone, or we'll have to check back some other time, really? Let's see. And, oh, you're here too. Got ambushed by two of your flunkies. Fair enough. And, yep, simple enough. 3 fully loaded Chaska bursts and you go away. This is nothing nearby. So we hadn't taken out that Qucusaurus in the air. Let me see. So she's actually quest exclusive. So you can actually just indwell the Qucusaurus, but I prefer violence. Okay. Let me reload the area real quick and see what may change. Easiest way would be to go somewhere underground. Holy crap, the map did Map PNG did not load well at all. Did it always look this grainy? Probably did. Because back when I explored it, I was always doing it on my laptop. Then, yeah, because in the end, these are pretty small, self-contained areas. You're zooming in on them to a greater degree than they probably expect. And also, they are just image files. So. Okay. Let's check back over here then. Oh, goodness. You are not the first, and it has not been the first time. Think you could ask a relevant Italian, maybe captive Italian, about experiences with that. Yeah, exactly. Thought you were going to object more strongly to saying you are a captive Italian. I guess you're used to the maltreatment at this point. Yeah, understandable. If anyone hears the prisoner, it's me. Torture me daily. Yeah. Only the Italian does. Everyone else is great. It's just the Italian. But, as I was saying... Oh, and these sconces are up in the air now. Funky. Yeah. You just gotta wait for the 6G tower. I do like ducks. I have had duck exactly once in my life. And I really, really enjoyed it. There was a little Mexican cuisine. No, I think it was a Spanish cuisine restaurant. Pretty close to my house that I went to with my mom once. But she wanted to go. And they had these duck empanadas, which I really, really enjoyed. And I'm sure at least one of you has heard of this, but duck fat is considered the gold standard as far as cooking fats go, to the point that it's often called outright liquid gold. And it imparts a really good flavor onto things. Yeah, exactly. Some people in America at the moment are making a lot of hay out of trying to use tallow, as in beef fat, as a fry oil when it was originally... You know, it used to be used that way before, but it was switched to vegetable oil for some religious and health concerns, so... It's being brought back by some restaurants for, frankly, culture war reasons. Really, if they really just wanted to make it tasty, they'd splurge and use duck fat. But mainly due to the fact that I've been basically eating, you know, nutrient shakes as my primary food due to being too busy with work to really cook, I have more or less accidentally adopted a vegetarian lifestyle. Yeah, as in duck, in a culinary sense, as meat and as frying oil. Well, frying fat, really. But at this point, I've just sort of thought, you know, maybe I'll stick with it just to see how long I can take it. Especially since, quite frankly, meat is about to get a lot more expensive in America. And as someone with a job, albeit not an especially good one, sometimes you bring up treasure. You always have to check. Hello, how are you doing? It's good to see you. It's like a party in here. Having a good day? Oh. Are you excited for... Oh, this one's slightly bigger. I have never had the aglio. Yeah, exactly. The real Italian is actually from Borneo. You're getting out Italians on your own turf. Gonna have to compete. Oh, nice. So, what did you say your character class in Baldur's Gate 3 was again? It's been a while since you told. Did you say you were champion fighter, maybe? I'm not sure. I know that Divination Wizard, Evocation Divination are the options for Wizard in BG3, if I recall correctly, and Evocation is terrible. Divination's really, really good. In my first D&D campaign, hilariously enough, back when I was a high school freshman, I played a wizard. Okay, so here, I'm gonna rant. I'm gonna rant about D&D. Oh, okay, that's real good. Yeah, I played a Sorlock once, and okay. Now you've got me on another D&D rant, so you're gonna get 2 D&D rants today. So the first D&D campaign I ever played, I was a freshman in high school. I played a wizard named Charles, whose entire goal was to get wings, because he really wanted to fly. And it has no bearing on all this. You know, gesturing my hand wildly towards the screen. But so he tried to test himself out basically by jumping out of trees to see if it could let him fly. And of course it never did, so the party found him at first with his head buried in the ground and they had to dig him out. So, you know, very much sort of a kind of comic relief character. You know, there was one time, actually, where, very briefly, everyone went to a magic high school, and since, you know, frankly, quite frankly, he was a pretty close, decently close to a self-insert, to be honest. I tried to enroll. It didn't happen. I mean, in the end, I was a better wizard than all of them at that point, but I tried like an ostrich, I tried very hard to min-max. But not as a damage dealer, but actually as pure support. It's olio aolio, right? You know, a very soft G is to be almost inaudible. Because it's, you know, Tartaglia in this game, you know, there is a G there, very light G sound. But you're going to be a lot closer to correct saying Tartaglia with no G than saying Tartaglia. You know, you got to err on the side of caution, I suppose. And in the Japanese, they outright call him Tartaglia. Not ever right? As in, I'm not ever right about anything. I'll send the wolves after you, I swear. But as I was saying... So that was fun and all, but the really annoying thing is that at some point in the campaign, everyone got some kind of special reward. And my reward was wings. And what really annoyed me is that they were really, really bad wings. In that they were weaker than the level 3 spell Fly, which is to say, worse than a relatively low-leveled spell. Oh, nice. I will check that out when I get the opportunity. But as I was saying, it... Essentially... The 3rd level spell Fly... And part of it is that the DM at that time was new to the new edition, didn't really understand the way it worked or the way its buff worked. Frankly, God bless him, didn't understand a lot of things. But... Essentially, in earlier editions of D&D... Mostly 3.5 especially, pure casters were really, really strong because they could buff stack. A bit like how I do things in Elden Ring. You could have a crazy amount of buffs going at the same time as long as you had enough, essentially, magic resources to at least cast it all. And then, in D&D 5e, to balance out casters a bit while keeping them strong, because D&D 4.0, it actually played basically kind of like a pen and paper video game. Things were very numerically optimized, and part of this meant that spellcasters were no longer much, much stronger than melee or other weapon users like they were in earlier editions, which... So here's the thing about D&D. And this is going to be some history about versions I never played. I've only played 5.0, honestly. Everything I know about the rest is an informed attribute that I've read or heard about. That in the first sort of release of D&D, level kind of didn't mean anything, in that different character classes took longer to level up than others. They took more XP than others. So you see, a wizard at level 10 is going to be
quadratically stronger than a fighter at level 10. But the fighter is going to be at level 20 by the time the wizard's at level 10. They're not meant to be directly compared based on level alone in terms of numbers. And then you go into later editions, in particular 3rd edition, and 3.5, which was an update done to it. It's complicated, kinda. But they normalized the level curve so that, and it was balanced a bit by some, especially stronger spells, taking experience to cast, actually, which kind of made them take longer to level still. But it wasn't the same, and also just, you would lose all progress to your next level in death, which, okay. And beyond that, since wizards were squishier in most cases, you would, oh, and Little Buddy's back. This is not a quest, though. Wizards, casters would normally be dying more often, and therefore lose their progress more often, in theory. But even still, wizards were crazy. Other casters like clerics and druids too, because they could buff stack. Clerics and druids were also arguably stronger, because... And again, getting a bit complicated, but wizards have to choose spells from the list to put in their spell book, so they could theoretically get every spell in their book eventually, but can only have so many at a time. But with, say, a cleric or druid, for example, they didn't have to learn spells. They had access to all of them automatically. They still had to pick a few from a day. But the Dungeon Master could not really limit what spells they had access to in the same way as they could say, oh, you wizard? Yeah, you don't find the spell. You can't put in your spell, but you don't find that spell. So there was less ability to really hard shut them down for a DM who really wanted to. Well, really for a DM who would have to. But either way, you had some pretty out-of-control power creep. So what 5.0 did is that they introduced a mechanic called concentration, which essentially meant a really strong buff would take up your concentration slot. You could only concentrate on one strong spell like that at once. Sometimes there were strong offensive spells, but not as commonly. And if you were hit hard enough, you'd actually... Oh, and it has to be delicious. You'd lose concentration and lose the spell. So the issue was that... And that moves you over there. So do we have to cook something now, or what? What difference was made? Well, maybe for funny. But being drunk does not make a drunken master any stronger. And we can move that rock. So the question is, what's the rest here? Move that rock, you're getting fed. So do we just take a picture of you now that... yeah, now that all three are visible, we just take the picture. That's cute. Ah, the birds have come. Drunken Master is specifically a monk subclass. You can't mix and match. You can't do a Drunken Master bard. And Drunken Master, it's specifically a sort of Jackie Chan movie kind of thing where you act silly to hide the fact that you deliver just an absolute flurry of blows. You haven't played D&D. I wanted to inform you. Yeah. Teach me to teach you. But, as I was saying... Sword stuff is cute too. And, of course you fell all the way down. I'll kill you. But, as I was saying... The spell Fly, which is a 3rd level spell, so not all that strong. You can get it at level 5, as in spell levels and character levels are not the same. This is another stupid complicated thing. But effectively, it's a pretty early spell. It takes up your concentration slot, but it lets you cast it on up to 3 people. And normally that would include yourself, so you could stay in range of them, but you use up your concentration through a level slot, and 3, and now the little buddy's gone, but they've stayed. That's cute. Let's actually keep track of that. It's something I might want to make a short out of. But, well, conjure food and drink. And again, I'm gonna get pedantic. Conjure food and drink is explicitly stated to be bland food that is not especially enjoyable. You're pretty explicitly unable to make food that's actually tasty if you use conjure food and drink.
I think Goodberry for druids might be slightly different. Because druids are special. Yeah, and then you try to betray the party, and then they just kill you. That is, and I've mentioned this before, because it's from an article that I read a while ago and liked, that if you seriously need to essentially argue, plead to the DM that no, the rest of the party shouldn't be able to just kill me because I trolled them. The party has already broken down. Because unless they have a reason to work together, there's really no reason for the party to exist in the first place. And then they would kill you. To be totally honest, not every bad guy has a tragic backstory. Sometimes they're just bad. Let's get that. Oh, goodness. Let's get that. Good thing we can fly and not miss it. But, effectively, and this is when we were already around level 5, so I got a worse version of the fly spell that only applied to myself, that I could cast at will, which is okay, but other people got a legendary personalized sword. This was Jack, actually. One person got a staff that could open portals through dimensions. Another person got a true invisibility cloak. And then someone got a spaceship. And I got a worse version of a 3rd level spell. Oh, a male hag is just called a grandpa. Child's no child, scribbled warnings are visible. This game's called Bing Bong Ding Dong. Here's the rules. When the Bing Bong Monster isn't Ding Dong, you run the sword and statue's back to make a move forward. So this is already done. Got the sword and statue, and the Bing Bong Monitor can't stand to a ding or you'll lose. Just want to run the Bing Bong Monitor wins. Don't give me that. Just red, white, green, white, clap. Rules are important to press up because you don't respect the rules that you can't win. What are you gonna say? Are you going to object to my joke about male hags? But 5.5... I did hear about that a bit. I have heard that Hasbro is getting increasingly soulless, so to speak, with how they run D&D. In the end, at this point, if I were to try to run an RP tabletop campaign, I'd probably do it in something like Mage of the Ascension. I'm not 30 yet. But that's when he can start calling me that. But as I was saying, sometimes I feel older than I actually am, and not in a good way. Not in a mature way, as in a I'm breaking down way. Thank you. Wait a few years. But as I was saying, the big thing is that the DM did not understand how constant. Yeah, I would say that I run pretty heavy homebrew, but I actually never did. It was really just I'd never run true fantasy settings, but in terms of mechanics, I'd generally stay very close to vanilla. The most I do usually would be leveling past 20 for certain characters, usually strong bosses who I built as player classes, but that would just mean getting multi-class and then extending the proficiency bonus past level 20. It depends on the homebrew you're doing. There's good homebrew and bad homebrew. Homebrew that gets out of hand and homebrew that doesn't. The extent of my homebrew is generally quite limited, I'll say. But, as I was saying, he didn't understand how concentration worked, and just generally didn't really understand why certain balancing decisions in 5th edition were made. This was a different DM. That was the campaign where I actually played a Sorlock, so I was getting to that. But essentially, and this is why I talk about player characters betraying the party, but essentially, and this was a different bad DM. Part of the reason I usually like being DM is because everyone else sucks. But, as I was saying, he had a very obvious crush on one of the players. So, there was a sort of DM girlfriend thing going on, but it was, of course, unrequited. But she became sort of this evil demon queen
and try to betray the party. And the hilarious thing is that she started as, and of course, because, you know, more of a weeb than me even, that if you're honestly, maybe that isn't that hard. I don't know, depends on your definition. But she started off as a Yuki Onna, which is, of course, the basis of the Pokemon Cross-Lass, for people who know and care. And then, one session in, we beat some sort of mini-boss squad, and an evil crown turned her into with what was almost certainly a fudge roll, quote-unquote, randomly a demoness. And she immediately started trying to betray the party. And I was playing this Sorlock, essentially, which is... It's 3 levels of Warlock, essentially, so you can get a spell called Eldritch Blast, which doesn't cost any essentially resources. You can spam it. It's basically the best source of range damage in the game. And having Sorcerer allows you to power it up further. So you just get the ability to nuke at range, really high range, single target DPS. You become a sniper. And so that's how I played things. I was able to slaughter almost everything. The most important thing was that I was a Divine Soul Warlock and... I think it's Celestial Warlock and Divine Soul Sorcerer. So it was trying to harmonize the two as much as possible. Basically, I was a cleric without being a cleric, really, with a damage focus. And I was lawful good. And I was essentially, holy crap, this demoness is trying to subvert the party to do evil. You know, I see she's sleeping, I'm just gonna chop her head off. And the DM said, you get the idea that that isn't such a good idea. And of course it was a good idea. In fact, it was a wonderful idea. But I wasn't allowed to do that because he wanted to date her. And so she ends up explicitly... The way it came to a head is that there was another boss encounter that got us sucked into this reality marble, domain expansion, mindscape, whatever. And it ends up showing that, you know, the evil demon crown she's wearing is what's turning her evil, so I'm just sort of... We had an encounter with essentially a Jinn that would have given us wishes, so I'd say, hey Jinn, as part of one of my wishes, tear the crown off her head. Because it was pretty much only the Jinn who had the requisite ability to do that. So she used her wish to have the Jinn not do that, went back and forth a bit. And I just said, screw it. The plane disappeared. Actually, what happened specifically was, the plane was made using a staff that was dropped by the enemy. Yeah, this is why I run every campaign I'm in. Well, as in, I'm not really in campaigns anymore. Probably because I'm busy, and again, because everyone else sucks. But the staff to create the pocket dimension was dropped by the mini-boss character we beat. Immediately, since we saw in the mindscape during the fight, and of course I waited till after the fight because I'm not stupid, that she was being corrupted by the crown, I go in, take the staff, draw us all back into the plane, have the Jinn rip it off her head, or at least try to. The DM says, no, you can't do that. The plane disperses because of DM fiat. I immediately just nuke her. I'm just sort of, you know, I built my build entirely around saying screw one person specifically and nuking them if I ever need to do it. And this was the situation, so I nuked her. The DM said, no, also that doesn't happen either. And so she immediately ascended from sort of lesser demoness to outright demon queen status, and, because again, of course, and that, I did not mean to do that. We got her Oculus, though. Yeah, it was really, really stupid. Looking back on it, it's funny, but at the time, it was baffling. Baffling, and I can't reach that anymore. That one's just gone. Well, but I was not intending to commit suicide and destroy the campaign. I was intending to uncorrupt the party member, because I didn't really have any problem with her. I just didn't really like his DMing. And I was sort of, this is in character for me to do. It will also, frankly, help the campaign to eliminate an outright malicious, counterproductive party member who is acting at odds to everyone else, who's going to betray us eventually. And then the DM just sped along the betrayal because he wanted to do things with this woman. And that was around where it ended too. And it turned out he ended up making her a god in his personal setting, so there's that as well. The last thing that essentially happened is that she ascended to full demonhood and kidnapped the angel who was sort of my cleric god slash patron, so... Which was supposed to depower me a bit, but the campaign ended there effectively, so I never really found out. But it was very... It was interesting. You have to aim for the horn. Just like Pikachu fighting Rhyhorn. You've watched the show. But, as I was saying, that's why I run everything myself. But, oh goodness. Pokemon, Pokemon, Pokemon. Competitive Pokemon memes are just incredible. The silliest one is... I forget which... Was it Slowbro? Let me see. It was Slowbro comes out as gay, but Ferrothorn is homophobic. How does this affect the competitive meta? And that became a meme for a while. But one that I liked the best was... The thing about D&D that I actually like, though tabletop role-playing is frankly harmed significantly by the fact that only D&D has any name recognition, and as a result, no one is really willing to play anything else, unless they're really, really deep in it. But D&D is largely a tabletop strategy simulator. It was built off of a game called Chainmail, which was just a combat skirmishing game. And as a result, a lot of people who just want to do role-playing probably be suited better to a number of other systems, but they just end up playing D&D, probably modifying things significantly to try to make it better for roleplay when they could have been playing any number of simpler systems as well that are more suited to roleplay, but again, I digress. Like I said, one day I want to try running something in... Oh, the Storyteller system, which is a system that is pretty much exclusively made to be roleplay and not much else. It doesn't really have combat. At least not complicated or interesting combat, because that's not the point. But as I was saying... there was a post on Competitive Pokemon Forum that was talking about buffing Reshiram and Zekrom, because they're not especially good in the competitive tier where they're played with other legendaries. And they tried coming up with new moves to buff them, some of which were essentially better Dragon-type moves for them. Right, so you said you were doing Champion Fighter, right? So, what do you want to do next? I've played mostly spellcasting classes. I played Fighter once briefly and really didn't like it just because it doesn't have a lot of interesting support tools. For people who just want to hit stuff, it's good that that exists, but... As I was saying... Played a bit of Paladin, that was fun enough, but just... Hitting things for big numbers... Especially since in D&D the numbers aren't even that big because you have to calculate them all yourself. Not really my thing as much as placing down walls and buffing and debuffing. It's just... The degree of freedom and interactivity is really what I look for in any kind of game. It's why I tend to play spellcasters in tabletop, and why I tend to play weapons using classes in actual video games. Oh, that's fun. I saw a homebrew necromancer in... that someone made for 5e, because the thing about D&D's base wizard necromancer is that summons aren't really all that good. And as a result, you try to summon dead with some like animate dead. And I think, didn't you tell me you were playing Divinity and the spell to animate dead and the spell to summon dead were entirely different? So you could summon a corpse, you could find yourself in the trap of being able to summon a corpse but do nothing with it, or be able to reanimate a corpse as a zombie and then just have no zombie to use. Which is fun, I like that. it's a joke played on the player to an extent, but it's not one that's impossible to recover from, and you find out the trick pretty quickly, so it's not really all that mean-spirited. But, as I was saying, it was very, very interesting, because it was a Necromancer custom class that was built around the idea of summoning an entire swarm of undead. But notably, and this is what made it really cool, to make it so that you wouldn't have to roll a bunch of attack rolls for every single one, it was essentially a single enemy. That was just a very large enemy because it was an entire swarm of undead. But it would all move as one, attack as one, etc., so it wouldn't be too hard to manage. And that made things make sense. The really crazy thing I've seen, and I never played Magic, but my dad actually paid for college by selling an original Black Lotus. But it was an outright summoner class. Because there have been some D&D MTG crossovers, because the same people own both now, because only 5 people own everything now. But if it works, it works. California for you. But California in the 1980s and late 80s and early 90s for you, frankly. But as I was saying, it was a custom, essentially a Magic the Gathering summoner class in 5e D&D that worked by, you played it with an actual Magic deck, and you'd summon and use the various cards in the actual Magic deck to fight. Which, of course, was ridiculous. And deliberately so. But there's charm in it. You know, it's... There was only so much I could understand as someone who was... You know, watched people play Magic a couple of times when he was 8. And had that as his extent of involvement with that game. But... Weird homebrew is really, really cool. I actually used to make homebrew. Though, of course, I haven't done it in a long, long time. Yeah. Really, the big thing I tried to do, especially because I tried to run a Smash Brothers inspired D&D campaign, was making D&D characters. Oh, and it's her again. Ooh, help, somebody please. Is there anybody there? No. Enjoy, Dan. Now stop this arguing, deep husky male voice. You're the one who can't afford it. Uh-oh. But making various Smash Brother characters work in a D&D context, which I should have done. So not expect to be locked up in the skates of Conulaf again. Disney is one of the masters of the night. Wind is all but gone now, surely. Yeah. The guy who DM'd to try to impress that one girl, he actually ended up as a player in the Fate campaign I tried running one time. And that wasn't half bad, honestly. But his whole deal as a character is everyone had a sort of gimmick. And I actually gave him this sort of Necronomicon from Lovecraft, which... And this is something I'm sad about never really getting to play out. That instead of being something that actually existed in universe, it was something created by an NPC caster who had the ability to sort of manifest fiction. So in the end, it was going to be a fake Necronomicon, but sort of become a real Necronomicon by the power of belief. You know, sort of your belief makes it real, which is a big thing in a lot of urban fantasy settings. But he was a good enough player. Never want to play his campaign again, though. More power to him. That said, this was 4+ years ago. He's probably better now. Okay, I'll be gone now, surely. Summon undead. Magic items, when used right, are fun. What's it? 3.5 actually had an outright sort of tracker in the sense of what kind of magic items you were expected to have at a given level. 5e has magic items always just as a nice to have. Nothing is balanced around you expecting to have them. Technically, the issue is that there are a lot of high-level enemies who take significantly reduced damage from any non-magic weapon. So if you don't have them, you've got to outright have a caster spend their special buff on enchanting a fighter's weapon, so it's not great. Yeah, being a good DM is hard. It really is. Disgrace to the throne, disgrace indeed. You again what happened this time. Say if we meet again, probably lost some gambling. Sucks to be you, so I'm sorry I had to see that. Not say previously, the man is Conulaf, a trainee priest and master of the Nightwind. Keep hitting your head and forgetting. As the name suggests, I'm presently training to become a priest, and while trouble ever told me that my ancestor Shenhe used to get into betting battles with people from other tribes, often tricking them silly in the progress. process. And so the elder said, go make and win some bets. They were definitely trying to trick me. It's the only way to qualify as a true master of the night win. Like master of the gambling betting table. So when I passed by and saw a tournament taking place, I made a bet too. I mean, who cares if you got a defending Qucusaur's champion array? Qucusaur's the decade's strongest rookie. Or Tomasaurus would be the strongest naturally. Not really. That's what I thought anyway, but I bet on the wrong Saurian. And then they caged you. Not only did I wind up in debt, but I got locked into the boot. Tell you what, they said we'll give you 10 times or more back to the Tomasaurus that emerges the champ. Now you can just stay in this cage, alright? Should do now, if only there was a Tomasaurus who could give those other 2 Saurians a good thumping. That way I could get out of here and get 10 times the more too. I mean, most importantly, you can't have those 2 traps looked down on a wonderful Tomasaurs. So do we have to indwell and use the spirit speaking? Let me use spirit speaking with Sage Satwali. So please your savior could find such an Tomasaurus while right over here. So I probably shouldn't spout such nonsense. You're not of a tribe anyway. We're just finding Tomasaurs like that. I'll see about finding one. Well, we could do in that case. I'm just going to stay on this page and wait for an update from you. Great Sunhaj, please take pity upon your poor descendant. My savior to a mighty Tomasaurus indeed. And those from the other tribes who have humiliated your progeny be taught a lesson son. Oh, so are you playing, Guess we need to just blow them up. Fox fire for the clan. Fox fire for the clan. Excited children of echoes. Home children of echoes. We can't talk to you at the moment. Guess we just gotta blow them up in a barrel. But, are you a tiefling or something? Or maybe a goblin? Did you say we're a Goliath, maybe? I was not aware that anti-Goliath prejudice was common in D&D settings. You're a new face, first time watching the contest. No rules here, mind, but you was the bet, neither more goes to the house. You hear, wait, a last match was Nightwind who couldn't pant after losing a while back. You know where she is now, bawling inside that cage, that's where. Right, yeah. I thought I remembered. Sides are engaging full force now, but they keep doing that. It's gonna take a huge toll on their endurance. Toll? Come on now, let me get to see those finishing moves. Come on, Giga you're the previous camp. No way you'll lose that stuff with the Qucusaurus. That's it. Drill, bomb, leave. That's it. Look for an opportunity. What is this? Boxing? Holy crap, Muhammad Ali. Okay. Let's blow them up with a barrel then. Odds are 1 to 1.05. The sides are quite evenly matched in strength, but I hope Giga takes the win. So we saw a Crimson Dancer ward off Giga signature drill attack by ducking into its feathers, which they counterattack right after 2. The situation's looking dicey for Giga I'd say. What about X-Giga? Just place it down and blow him up then. Skinny Goliath. Oh, so we actually have to indwell. We can't just blow them up immediately. So now that we've got this Giga. So okay, the winner, it's none other than the Crimson Dancer. There are no new challengers, and our champion this time is Crimson Dancer. Tomasaurus and other Tomasaurus has joined the fray. Try hitting them, but obviously, the best way is going to be to Spirit Speak and put this down and try melting them. There we go. Though I imagine that would have taken them out either way. So, I thought it was about to be sent home in a cage, my family forced to pay my debts. And while I was in there, I suddenly remembered that our ancestors would stack the deck first before betting, which is how they'd win. Always cheating. So yes, I had much time for self-reflection while in this cage, you know. About my unrealistic expectations of beating others at their own game. Don't know where you managed to find such a powerful Tomasaurus. I'm grateful all the same. With your help, I've recovered my investment and even earned back 10 times the more I put in. It is interesting that it seems that other characters are not really able to see us indwelling. On the other hand, barely did anything, but I'll need to find a soft bed to lie down on all the same. Backwards all over from being stuck in this cage for half a day. As for the winnings, you keep them, dear savior. The elder said that keeping an unexpected windfall close will only bring one misfortune. It's best I give it away. And got that. Misfortune strikes in 3s alone. Help an unfortunate tribesperson escape her predicament 3 times and not 1. Did that a few times. This keeps getting locked up. Poor her. I want to see, so this is where this objective was. I wonder if anything new is going to be there now that we've, you know, gone through all of them. So we can't talk to them and see anything new. But you gotta stay focused. I'm feeling sore about that loss, are ya? Crew. The Tomasaurus Psych, not we have such a strong one exists. No loss is a loss, we'll just have to win next time. Grog. You're not seriously injured, and there's a sore vet clinic nearby, so Aoife then. We'll do a complete checkup once we're there. I can see that we've still got a long way to go. Giga Drill, let's do this together. What I will say is... Ooh. It's interesting that we still, again, really have no idea who the 5.6 characters are going to be. Said it before, but around this time last year, we knew exactly who was going to be in for the rest of Fontaine's patch cycles. Though, to be fair, that was because of the big leak, after which security was tightened, which is exactly what we don't know now. But even still, you'd expect things to be a bit more predictable. A bit more of a shoo-in. Maybe it's for the better this way. Though honestly, I like knowing who's coming. Let's take you on, and if I recall correctly, can't dig this here. Okay, so that Tapetlasaur is going to do it, presumably. And here we are. Nothing wrong. Because again, it's uncertain whether the next 5-star is going to be Aoife, though people are saying 4-star. Maybe even Capitano next patch, or Fontaine Chef Girl with no hype and no build-up, to the point that we don't even know her name officially. The real question is just, where are you going now? Headed down where? But it can indwell a Tapetlasaurus, but there aren't any tremors around. So it's unclear what the purpose of that would even be. But the interesting leaks I've seen say that Fontaine Chef Girl was going to be some kind of Freeze Chevreuse, which does raise the question of, if Chevy was a 4-star, she might be a 4-star, but really at this point, be honest with yourself. But essentially that she would provide stacking res for a number of Hydro and Cryo party members in the same way that Chevy wants Pyro and Electro to do some stuff with Overload. So that would mean that in theory, since she's apparently maybe going to be a healer too, best Nuviet Furina team is probably going to be, if things are accurate, Citwale, Nuviet Furina, and then her, which her name is apparently going to be Effie or Akefi or something. The funny thing is that apparently she's going to look like Asuna from SAO, which, fair enough. I have no opinion on the topic, but it is very, very interesting that the best, I suppose, Nuvia Furina team is still changing, because I'm not even sure whether using Kaza and Shiwanet is still the best option, or if I'd be better off switching in Citwale for one of them. Because, let me just think. Well, it's got good damage bonus here, that's 40%, which is, it's a longer last than Kaza's, and Kaza's is weaker, but Kaza has more shred. And given Shiwanen's got good shred too, but the big thing is that any Furina team is going to stack up on so much damage bonus that it kind of stops mattering. The really funny thing is that the new Plunge artifact set is only about as good for Varisa as Obsidian Codex. And I'm still going to try to get it for her because I also am going to need the new Cryo set as well, but... And it's just in terms of pure damage calcs with their teams, and I imagine Varus' teams will probably change a bit in the future as more characters come out with her already in the meta. But it really is sort of a question of, okay, and they have not changed what they're doing. Let's actually go up this. So there's nothing in this tower, surprisingly. But as I was saying, most of that damage contribution from Obsidian Codex is coming from just the crazy amount of crit that Codex gives you, and as in crit rate, and it is possible to have too much crit rate and have it stop being useful. Again, honestly surprises me that we have not yet had any character who, as a support ability, has given the party an over-crit mechanic. Which, I imagine that idea is probably being saved for the Tsaritsa. Because it really is just a very logical and obvious choice for... They got better at it as time went on, because I would not say that... Though, to be fair, Animo is really the element of movement, using Viridescent Venerer and using crowd control, and Venti's good at all of those things. It's just that he has taken damage. Energy recharge is his ascension stat, the same way that it's Zhongwei's ascension stat, even. I forget whether it's geo damage or HP. But either way, the fact that Zhongwei has really no connection to defense at all in this kit is what's really egregious. Especially since Geo is really not the element of shields anymore. Though again, to be fair, originally they wanted it to be, it just was stupid and didn't work. Because on launch, Geo Resonance was... It increased, I believe, shield strength and... essentially poise. And it still has something to do with shields and essentially increasing shielded damage. But it also allows Geo Res Shred when shielded enemies characters hit enemies, which is, different. It's... Shields, I suppose, is a form of offense, but that doesn't change the fact that... And I think Navia changed that a bit for being the first Geo character in a million years who had any connection to Crystallize, but... Which is part of why I really like her kit design. But really, Geo is and remains the defense element. It's just nobody uses it except... No non-Geo character will use it unless your name is Xianyun, and of course the joke writes itself, but... As I was saying... Raiden was very plainly the energy recharge Archon. Furina very plainly the HP Archon. Nihida the EM Archon and Elemental Mastery Archon, and then of course Mavica the Attack Archon, which again, she should have still been sort of Bennett with the ability to give everyone a Night Soul. A Night Soul's blessing, but they said no, selfish DPS requiring not one characters. Buy new characters, I beg you. But, oh well. So Tsaritsa having some kind of crit connection is almost too obvious, really. And some kind of over-crit. Some people have also thought being able to freeze unfreezable enemies... Maybe they could fit that into, really... If she's gonna be the crit Archon, over-crit makes the most sense. And quite frankly, it'd just be fun. In terms of new unique mechanics and buffs that could interestingly shake up the meta, adding over-crit with Tsaritsa is the only thing that really comes to mind for me. Because again, the reason in the end I like Furina's contribution to the meta a lot more than Mavica's is just that Furina changed the meta by making healing good and not a damage loss. And Mavica just makes every other DPS obsolete. She changes the meta by making everyone useless. Except for, I suppose, Pyro Slimes and Pyro Specters, but again, the joke writes itself. If you're having to scrape the bottom of the barrel like that, you have not exactly... You're not exactly in a good situation. Like the Capybara. Well, one that's abused, but... Can we not? Interesting. Ouch. I really wondered if there's going to be something with these inner tubes, and it doesn't look like it at all. So we killed the Capybara for nothing. Killed the other Capybara for nothing, too. Will God ever forgive us? Forgive me. That's what I did. I can't always blame my crimes on other people. Most of the time. But the real question is, of course, when is a Augustin Aphid. when Nodecry comes around, because again, things are shaping up to be that Nodecry is a sort of filler, might be a bit mean, but a sort of interlude. Maybe, I suppose, the first half of Snezhnaya before we get real Snezhnaya, because as things stand, the area that will presumably be occupied by Snezhnaya is all around here, depending how much they might add to Mondstadt. Then over here, it's the entire north. And that's going to be about the size of 2 nations, and as big as Sumeru is. And to be fair, I believe it has explicitly been stated that Sumeru is the largest nation, so I suppose we'll see how they manage that, but... And unlike Chaska, she doesn't automatically go on her mount when she uses a Focus and Gust. Thank you. And this was used for Chaska's sort of story quest travel chronicle. Again, not really an issue. Thank you. Seen pretty much everything around here then, so... Now that we've gone around, I suppose it's time to actually talk to the people in Nightwind. That was not intended as mockery, and I apologize if anyone was offended. But as I was saying, so if Nodecry comes out and we go a year without a true Archon, we're gonna get a Sovereign. Who are we gonna get? We're gonna get some kind of Archon level character, and if so, what would their sort of unique gimmick be? What would make them... God, no, we've talked to you. Right. Okay. What's going to be their unique use case, their unique value proposition? Oh, so we were always going in the tubes, but you're actually supposed to ride the hot air balloon up. Yeah, we were always just flying. Because the pessimist in me says that they're just going to make another really ridiculous DPS ceiling character. That's probably going to come around as well. But I do hope that they try to create some sort of more unique character in addition to that. Because I really just... I want the meta to change in a way that isn't just new DPS replaces old DPS, making existing character useless. Because that's sad. You know what? This is not Star Rail. This is not Star Rail. The big thing that I think might end up being a gimmick, if not the gimmick, is perfect evasion and perfect parrying. Just as a character kit mechanic. Because Mika with this patch, like I've said, had a couple of fights where the parry mechanic was brought back. It was used for a local legend here. It was also... They had perfect dodges for the very first time in another local legend. The Atwaddle's Blessing with a parry, then Twatsakolota with a perfect dodge. It is a surprise that it took as long as it did for a character to get, and that character to be Oro into an extensive Lolly. Mid-air aimed attacks. And really, since Satali doesn't use a bow, it's really only Oro who really does Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom Link shenanigans. Though, of course, it's more like Tears of the Kingdom's version, because this is something that I imagine people remarked on a lot when the game actually came out, but in the original Breath of the Wild, your stamina would continually decrease while you were in a sort of bullet time, well, I suppose arrow time might be the better term. Slow-mo, time-slow state, in mid-air firing arrows, and you could just fire as many as you could shoot in that time. But in Tears of the Kingdom, they changed it so that, in addition to continual drain, you also lost a bit of stamina every time you fired an arrow, so it was very much a sort of... It was meant to be balancing, because it was, by far, the best DPS in the game. And it's still really, really good, but it's not as ridiculous as it was before, and I think that's probably a good thing, because you can't have your players solving every single problem with the exact same solution. The game gets pretty boring pretty quickly otherwise.
Breath of the Wild is a fun game. So is Tears of the Kingdom, but part of it is, of course, my instinctual contrarianism. I do prefer a lot of the older Zelda games, and in particular, I actually prefer the Zelda game, Echoes of Wisdom, that came out last year to Tears of the Kingdom. Because it had a good amount of freedom without being outright totally unstructured like Tears of the Kingdom often ended up being. And I like that, because I went and I did a lot of the areas out of order. But there was still a defined story progression that prevented me from breaking everything wide open. And to be fair, it did mean that most of the challenge was front-loaded, but I also just didn't use a very strong Link transformation. That helped keep things in order, but all in all, the fact that Tears of the Kingdom ruled out just on principle putting any real limitations on the player and what they could do in order. Again, you could go straight to the final boss, albeit after a slightly longer intro segment than Breath of the Wild has, and beat the game really, really quickly. And just like I initially did in Breath of the Wild, that's what I did. I've beaten Tears of the Kingdom with... I only beat 2 shrines. I still only have 4 hearts, which is the minimum you can have after the intro sequence, but I've beaten the game, and I would kind of prefer they hadn't let me do that. Youth is to be cherished, Kobo. Well, you look pretty young. When it comes to age, there's always someone older than me, and always someone younger. When I'm not that old, do I limit my age? If you met that kid named Kadmael, he's a few years younger than me, and one is maternal cousins by relation. It's been smooth going for that kid lately, I'll tell you what. King of the Hill, are you worried about him? Yeah, but some might consider my concern one-sided. On one hand, I hope he doesn't give up on flying tests so easily. After all, he's still young, it's not as if he's talentless. On the other hand, I don't want him to waste too much time failing and hope he can find a career for himself soon that will bring him a sense of both satisfaction and achievement. See, not even I can wrap my head around such life choices. If I ever figure out, I'll go give him some guidance. And sure, well, let's help big each other up, huh? It's one way to say it. Interesting turn of phrase. Again, not much around here. Just gotta... Where do I... You always share the Saurian writer. What type of tone should I take when talking to Saurians? My teacher manages it quite well. Stop it exactly. Here's the thing, you know this place got trashed by the Abyss, right? My teacher Matsio was wounded in action and is recuperating at home. She's entrusted these little Saurians to my care in the meantime, and sigh. Sorry, please don't get me wrong, I don't hate them, I just don't know how to communicate with them. To ask Aoife, probably. Can my teacher chat with them so easily and they clearly don't speak the same language? They're treating them like little kittens or puppies. How do you know that? My teacher does the same, but even I can imitate a cat's meowing. It's not like that'll help the cat figure out what I'm trying to say. Could it be that they can communicate with each other using only the tone of voice? It's just like it happened when teacher shouted at me for failing to stabilize my altitude during a flight. Couldn't hear what she was saying, but I sure could understand what she meant. Sorry, there we go, talking to myself again. But it also be that talking to a sword is no different from talking to yourself. So there's some challenges in the village that I'll go and do too. We'll practice more, we can do it. Okay then. Some of them, I believe one of them is archery and one of them is flight. You don't talk, and that bulletin board can't be read. It is on the smaller side, to be frank, and it's mostly hot air balloons. Over on this part of the plateau. Then the top of this peak. And then, of course, we'll have a few more, this sort of claws over here. And then... it's about where Quahacan ends, and you can even see the grass turn from this yellow-green to the outright green. And it's really... yeah, we do have it listed at 100, but... Ochkanatlan's at 87. How many chests do I... Got 216, which is not going to be enough to immediately level the tablet when next version comes out, but it'll be a good amount of way. Assuming if I play like this next time, an epic victory will be mine. Learning of no nearby, everything's fine. If I have to complain about something, it's no one's got time to play cards with me. Now that I think about it, I'm at work right now myself. Still have not added not one TCG NPCs, though to be fair, they're kind of winding down TCG focus. So normally this would show you where ore deposits are nearby, but they have a bit of an oversaturation of ore NPCs, given that they've got to have one for each tribe when there are only so many spots in each property of not one every day.
Again, some people kind of wondered if, before things came out, whether there'd be a central city at all, and whether each tribe might have their own adventurers guild, which would have been interesting, or if they just choose the biggest one. It would have made sense, honestly, for them to put the adventurers guild's brands in the signs of the canopy. But I think having the stadium was the smartest decision, in a duel, of course. Got all the Saurian blessing cards, made all the Saurian cards, plus a deck with Saurian feathers, but it's custom cards, so I'll be invincible come next match. Here's 100% guaranteed the proudest of players, that's me, baby. Of course, I still have to thank my teacher Icon for carefully drawing up a deck of Qucusaur's cards for me. Should business chew and fear all the prosperity it deserves. Is this even genius indication, GCG? I thought you were talking about combat. It's combat we're talking about, and the cool factor doesn't really apply, right? It's a whole different kettle of fish from tabletop card games I may have gotten. It is genius indication. Well, Hita just now we're talking about genius indication TCG, but please don't paint me as some sort of battle freak. Next patch, we're getting Kachina and Emily, actually. So the gimmick of Children of Echoes in the TCG is drawing up cards that aren't in the main deck, but Kachina's deal is not that. It's actually just piercing damage, which is interesting. Even if a warrior staggers off the battlefield, they defeat their enemy and make it back home alive, and they're the final winners nonetheless. Imagine Xianyun might have something else, but it's very much a sort of... It's so different from how her actual kit works in the base game that... Xianyun's kit is nothing like... TCG kit is nothing like her in-game kit, but that was necessary. Xianyun doesn't really have those issues. Okay, this is pretty cool too. I tried to imagine what he said doesn't make sense, but I'm gonna say the battlefield is no place for those who just want to look cool. Winning is what matters. Teachers of conflict. Good luck. I will, because I've got the blessings of the Saurians. Kotimi. Wonder what kind of sword Aoife is going to bring home next time. Aoife mentioned a wounded one. Probably he is a vet after all. There was plenty of patients at his clinic. I believe that one of the houses in here is actually his clinic, but hasn't been identified. But he spends most of the time out on calls with patients. The Saurian he took home to care for isn't suffering from minor sickness like a cold. There's probably something pretty seriously wrong with it. Wish I could learn how to treat Saurians too. If I could help a Qucusaur someday, perhaps it'd let me ride it. Random opportunity isn't exactly reliable. I know, don't worry, I've always been very serious when it comes to flight training. For having a good relationship with your Saurian is never a bad thing, is it? Maybe soon I'll be able to help Aoife out just like Orwin did. Oh no, Yaoi. Okay, playful Saurian. Oh, that's probably just Kukuku, because Aoife's her brother. In Japanese, that'd be the Kyodai. They translate it as bro in the English, which is, I suppose, correct, but it's also slang, I suppose, but doesn't have the same feel, really. Anyway, that's what he calls himself. He can mimic human speech, too. It's probably Aoife calls him Kukuku. I don't know if he truly understands human speech, but he looks pretty cool, and I love chatting with him. Not for too long, it will get in the way of my daily training. You know what I need to say, and... Is this the clinic? I'm not sure. I can't wait. It might be. Either way, it's foreshadowed as Aoife has been. I really just... Oh, this is his clinic! It's right here, and this message board actually showed up in 5.1's Archon Quest too, so that's fun. Not much of a house. Aoife's message: I hope you all remember to perform regular health checkups on your Saurian companions. Like humans, they can be quite obstinate at times. If you feel as though something is off during your daily interactions with them, please come in for the checkup immediately. I'll do my best to help in my capacity as a doctor, whether it be for you or your companion. Anyway, don't be pig-headed, alright? This applies to both humans and Saurians. Nothing to keep reading. There were some wonders. I wonder if he's fronting it over to Aoife too. There were some people wondering whether Aoife would be Pyro. Especially since this is technically the Pyro tribe. But it looks as if he's going to be Animo, and that really does suggest that he's just going to be a 4-star, sadly. Well, sadly, happily, whatever. Some kind of career flag of the clans aren't all natural poets, are they? Really, the one thing where you could say maybe being a 4-star is better is Hangouts, but they don't make Hangouts anymore. What makes you say that? Not sure if it's because allowing Saurians solo is all too lonesome, but all of the writers here are actually fantastic singers. Same goes for the letters they write. Sometimes it's hard to tell whether they're song lyrics or a love letter. A lot of people have said sometimes that Chaska should have had a harmonica playing idol. That would have been fun. The only letters that aren't confusing are battle reports. There are riders patrolling here on the regular. If you see someone flying back from Cinder City,
as I'll be dispatching a letter in the speaker's chamber very shortly. This must be some important intel indeed. Sometimes a simple all good can make a big difference. On regular days, the riders would bring back supplies or mementos, so just looted from the ruins. Those were in themselves things to look forward to. Withering purple. Oh, Ochkanatlan specialties. Also for Chaska. By let me know if you need anything. So he's not trying to deliver to Evo like the courier in... Oh, Nightwind, but I suppose he has his own troubles. Let's go and see. I think that's one of the other bulletin boards over there. Before I do too much recitation... No, we can't read that. Just a... Oh, it looks a bit like Chaska's gun. Wonder what the purpose of that sign is in that case. What it demarcates. And you. Shenhe. Engineer, I see. Interesting. That's all I'll say. Okay. How are you here for the hot air balloon ride too? We love this. Oh, so it's a bit like the air balloons in Fontaine then. I didn't even think of the comparison. Yeah, and for me, it's not just the balloon riding experience. The operating principles are fascinating in their own right, so it's not a new Musia thing that you have full guessing. So my observations and experience, despite the balloons being rather slow, they saw Fontaine aircraft beat both in terms of altitude control and navigation. Oh, speaking of which, because I've been helping residents with some reconstruction efforts, Sir Pishika gave me priority access to hot air balloon rides. My shooting skills are complete trash, so I better not bug him too often. Reach out with him once I've taken down enough notes. Congratulations. Before I came here, someone told me that the people at the Flower Feather Quadrant used to interact with outsiders. But it doesn't seem that way at all. Little fellow even gave me some delicious cake. Want to try some? Oh, volcano cake. Yep, delicious volcano cake. Nice. We'll go later. Have fun. So... nothing to say. Then the balloons are over there back by those challenges. Is there one up here or... bulletin boards right here? Hey, it's Yatlan. Just like Natlan, you've got Yatlan. Yeah. For Yatlan. Okay, so actually, before, again, things get too dry, and I read so much that my voice disappears entirely, and I have to just accept the mercy of death, I suppose. And, oh, up there on that balloon. Wonder if this goes any farther up as well. Can we make this one lift, or... either way... seems obvious that something might be at the top. Let's check that. As I was saying, there are 3 little challenges related to Qucusaurs, some with archery, some with other stuff. So let's go up to the top of the ballons and see. And that's all of it, and there may have been one before that I got. This area has been in the game for about 4.5 months now, so who knows. Let's just go up here and then. This is where the whole flight race and that quest with the Saurian kidnappers was, but there is now nothing to do here other than a Qucusaur and a very nice view of the volcano. What's been hinted to us about the volcano suggests that there's probably going to be some way to make it manually erupt for the purpose of sort of triggering the landscape changes that happen when the volcano erupts, which reminds me a good deal of Evernight and White Knight in Enkanomiya. And that would be important. Oh, right, this one goes in the Sonic loop because it's for the challenge. Right. Okay. One of the challenges down there. This was the cave from which we rescued that one Saurian. Not a problem. But again, the only chests here that seem to be left are the ones from the Qucusaur-related challenges. Do those. Let's check this cave real quick.
Come on, come on. You over here. Let's explore around, and these targets are physics objects. Oh, they don't break, but they spin. I had never noticed. It's actually really fun. Let's make it daytime just to make sure that no NPCs might have turned in for the night. Quahacan is taking longer than expected. Ochkanatlan is mostly done, and there aren't exactly any NPCs there, so... Again, I'm in this long haul because I really want to just make sure that I clear it all out before Volcano drops, but we'll see how long it takes me. A little bit underneath, but it's just... It's corn! Who doesn't love corn? I'm sure I've told this story before, but during coronavirus, one of the approved gatherings was a celebratory corn night. It's gonna be all corn themed for the choir. And I had not really made the choir my sort of social activity yet, so I didn't go to corn night. And every time I think of corn, well actually every other time I think of corn, I remember corn night and I get a little wistful. Especially since I do eat a lot of corn. One could call it my lifeblood. Don't believe that Chaska's dad is anywhere. I actually thought Chaska's dad was going to be a villain in her quest, and it didn't turn out to be that way. Maybe I am stupid. Okay. Wepo. Want to try eyes on the feathered prize. I forgot the rules, sorry. 3 Qucusaurs will fly off, keep your eye on the middle one. When they will fly back, recognize the one originally in the middle. That will do. So Nelson's will be back later. Fine, it will be here. See, and so we're talking to him, activate it. Do we have to tap the dot, essentially? Right, I'll give it a try. When ready, hit the target, so we do have to do that. Let's begin. The middle. And keep it in the center of the screen. Very rudimentary memory puzzle, to the extent it can even be called that. We're on the left, well, the right, actually. Middle, right, that's right. That's right, it's this one. Smash stone, so you're ready for the real challenge. You gonna go behind rocks or something? And already hit the target and start. Same exact thing, okay. Thank you. So the dialogue option doesn't really matter at all. Keep it on the middle. Center of the screen and... Oh, interesting! They're flying behind the totem pole. So... How come they've all gone behind the buildings and mountains? Can't see them now. To put your heart into it and see. To truly see. What we really should have done then would be... to follow them in flight. Ah, now I see. We're on the left. Choose the left. And it's just 2 of them. That's right, it's this one. You're a great warrior. Take your reward. Hunter never loses their prey. Complete the eyes on the feathered prize challenge. Nice. No more prizes left, no more prizes, no more challenge. Any other questions? Can you tell me more about eyes on the feathered prize? Last time the tribe from long ago, keen eyes are critical lost the far feathered clan. Interestingly enough, all of these NPCs actually get shouted out during the Chaska story quest because sort of a lot of the Trouble Chronicles near the beginning sort of point you to where the associated world quest for the tribe is. Geo points you to sulfurous veins, Gendro to the ancestral temple, Hydro to the underground lava cave. Nightwind points you to the Night Spirit Graffiti and the Special Graffiti Cave. But Firefeather Clan doesn't really have a quest like that, other than Ochkanatlan, I suppose, which does get some mention. But it's the trial grounds in these various little challenges. Kinaz critical class, the fire for the clan, this generation I am in charge. Okay, is there a reason why you speak so slowly? Previous injury fell from a very high place. Throat and chest can't speak like before. Oh, ouch. I don't think it's too terrible. That's more grave than I expected. No worries, no questions for you. Wish you well, goodbye. Spin that, and... I believe there's going to be an archery challenge. Let's talk to a couple of imbeciles first. Not much to say. Are you or not? Lon? The kids... It's... People here are not really much for conversation. There's you, we've completed everything, and the Obsidian Totem Bowl, so it is just going to be collected with plenty left. A Bundi, oh, you're here. Are you a helper? Here to provide some supplies. Our friend needed help. By my reputation with fire for the clan, thank you for supplies and help. Rest assured, the corresponding recompense will be yours, and yeah, we've got this all good and ready. So, what else you got to say? Hello, what is this place? Here's the Obsidian Totem Bowl that belongs to us, the Flower Feather clan. Been to the other tribes, and you've probably seen similar stone pillars before. No, I haven't. I don't know what you're talking about. Stone pole looked like this when I was a kid and hasn't changed a bit. As always, born witness to the ebbs and flows our clan has gone through of the wind. We shall continue to soar high so long as it endures. Again, if this is a pyro tribe where people are animo associated, then the last tribe, by extension, would probably be from the Marjavari Windless Land, animo tribe, with pyro like Vanessa. You are... Again, it's... The last tribe is mentioned only in Mavica's Claymore, but the fact that we've got a Vanessa card shows that they haven't forgotten or retconned that, at least not entirely. And the assistant responsible for looking after our trap supplies, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Whether it's daily travel affairs or all-important flying squad, support is needed everywhere you look. I was a flying squad member when I was younger, and I know very well what's required. I've gotten old now and get dizzy as soon as you prompt me atop a story. Can't just stay idle. Being able to help out everyone here is a position that suits me. Should be the archery challenge next then. So to bother you, see you later and stay safe. No, I'm going to put myself in danger and die. And that goes up here. Okay. Again, it's interesting how not all of them actually connect to anything. And Itotia and Utli, Saurian Riders, what a shame. Stop, another draw. Just have to find me, don't you? Will you beat me? I'll shout for as long as you want, but until then, I'll speak my mind. The day will come, so as we're both standing here breathing, the day will come when we find out who the winner is. Not only am I going to make you shut up, I'm going to make you take off that mask, and we'll see whether you're wearing it, because all the scars underneath. It's going to be like Kakashi from Naruto and have another mask underneath. It's the one episode of Naruto I watched, actually, when I was a kid. And my parents wouldn't let me watch it anymore because it was too violent. Well, it depends on how good you are, try killing half an enemy more than me for starters. Okay. Then Inkanok, the Flight Trial Arena Administrator. Is this another bulletin board, or recipient of the highest score in floating target points, Chaska, 30 points. So I guess we're just gonna let Chaska get the other score. The better score. Well, I imagine it'll just be credited to me. Poor Chaska. Being at her own archery, I suppose. Matota. Oh, there's the chief. Inkanok Flight Trial Arena Administrator. Sure enough, working together with capable people, let's meet new challenges. So she was involved with that flight race before, I believe. You are the manager of the flight trial grounds, involved in organizing much of the work that gets done here. The arena is a very important place for the Flower Feather clan. In my heart, its importance is second only to the totem pole. For all the fate of many a flying squad member or associate member is determined here. It's how a person's fate is, sometimes up, sometimes down, like the undulating wind. But if I could, I'd love to be the breeze beneath everyone's wings. And what quests are we in again? How have things been lately? Welcome back to the Flower Feather clan. Everything's going well here. We were in a rough spot before, so you were about that flight trial, which we did using Chaska and during her story quests. We had formidable folks like you and Chaska around and worked out in the end. I also get that some of my proposals are a little too focused on efficiency over safety. Somehow they always wind up getting picked up and implemented by people like yourself, so I guess I'm just lucky like that. Are you saying that it's human nature to tackle challenges head on? Maybe so. Yeah. I did. Sorry. Goodbye. See ya. And then Matota up top, but to climb this, and another bulletin board. Okay. You got a do that trial then first. Patience is the key to solving problems, as is ensuring safety. Oh, these cool scars. Grate some cheese on these. Hello? Hello there, welcome to the Flower Feather Clan. As the chief, I don't want to seem too strict or lay too many rules down, but living here does take a little care and patience. Qucusaur is the proudest sword in Notland, as are many of their riders. Once they're in battle, people soon discover that arrogance is no help in attaining victory. Scars may be a warrior's badge of honor, see, but they're also a reminder of mistakes made. Sorry I've been blabbing on too long, what I meant to say is please be extra careful. We meet again. With you guys, welcome. I trust that you're in good health, or you're suffering any after effects from the abyss. Thank you so much for helping us when we were short-handed. If it weren't for your tribe, would never have recovered so soon. Despite the threat of the abyss having abandoned, there will always be danger lurking somewhere in this world. But you can't just rush in head first and it costs just because you're tough, okay? That's the easiest way for a warrior to make a mistake. Thanks for the reminder, don't mention it. Where Nifwa takes guts, but you also need keen eyesight. Being blind to your surroundings is your biggest enemy while you're up in the air. And it's just a couple of heroes' wits, not bad. Goodbye, take care. And, okay, so I guess that icon is the chief's icon, even though it's Chaska's gun. Yeah, maybe he's got one too. Golden Board, Tribal Announcement. This is Tribal Affairs Notice Board. Important matters will be discussed here. You can also leave a message here if you have any questions. Urgent matters can be brought to a flying squad or Chief Matuta directly. Continue reading. For about announcement, due to training not achieving the desired effects, the shooting range will hereby be permanently closed from today onward. Its reopening will be announced at a separate date. Mission fees have been refunded. We thank you for your support and seek your kind understanding in this decision. It's nice that we can get our more back, but it hasn't even been a fortnight yet, has it? Fortnight? Excuse me. Continue reading. 10 million, 50 million more in several years of construction work later, the all-new shooting range, the flower bed, will open in 3 days. Welcome one, welcome all, so it's pretty much immediately closed, so probably a scam. Entrance is a one-off payment of just 7,000 more for lifetime access. Come in and test your limits, and that was several years, not a number. Isn't 7,000 more a little steep? Not really, honestly, not for me. It's just a shooting range, doesn't look like it's offering anything new. No, just think about it. Building everything cost so much more and took so long. If it weren't worth it, don't you think work would have been halted long ago? Talk about sunk cost fallacy. You have a point in any case, it's lifetime access, so... Focus on engineered flying device trouble. Announcement was a major safety risk. At present, its personal use has been temporarily restricted. So that was the jetpack mentioned in Chaska's Trouble Chronicle. If it is needed, please report to Chief Matoda first. This rule applies to flying squads as a whole. Words of the Flower Feather Clan, thank you for all that you have given and all that you have sacrificed. And through your deeds, that victory was won. On the day of this announcement, the Flower Feather Clan is no longer in a state of war. The peacetime rules of the flight trial are hereby reinstated. So I wonder if we had gone here before beating the Archon quest, whether, essentially, the bulletin board would have been different. Members of the flying squads had changed shifts according to the patrol and training plans. The abyss may have been defeated. Other dangers may rise in its wake. Remain vigilant, never forget your pride as warriors. Always remember to own your skills. Floating target points training modules now open to the public. Now we can do it. Come on, and come improve your shooting skills anytime. There's no barrier to entry for this project. Any warrior wishing to own themselves can experience the same level of elite training as the flying squads do. Note from Chief Matoda, out of an abundance of caution, this project will be temporarily closed while adverse weather conditions prevail. Seek the understanding of all potential challengers in this. Anonymous message, children of Twilight can't hear my voice, so this would actually be Yohol Takatin. Remember how helpless the people were when the sky darkened and the sacred flame was snuffed out. Victory is a warrior's mark of honor, excellence is a hero's chosen path. For saying and using give strength to Damani, hope, traveler. They let the voices of no one pierce the darkness of the night. Okay, so we have gone through all of this now. Let me just see how things might have changed. Not one. Bulletin boards. Let me see. Bulletin board. Let me check the Flower Feather to see what else is showing. Thank you, Wiki. That's Flower Feather Clan Bulletin Board. Actually, that's Flight Trial Grounds, I believe. No. And it... Oh, okay. So the one about war and the anonymous one, those are not on the wiki. They haven't been documented yet. So that's not fully up to date. I'm not going to solve that problem for them. They better pay me. Pishka, Hot Air Balloon Administrator. Fancy taking on the floating target balloons? No advanced flying techniques required. Anyone can try it out. Do I need some kind of flying license or anything? Maybe next time. Worries are welcome anytime. You're not flying, you're on the hot air balloon. No, even someone like me who could never get his flying license can still complete this with ease. Rather than your flying skills, what this tests is your shooting ability. The most important thing is to focus, concentrate single-mindedly on your target. So if we didn't have any rolled characters, we'd have to be using Amber here. Okay. Mrs. Xianyun will ensure your safety throughout your experience. Sometimes even be able to see a Qucusaur's patrol nearby. Probably gotta shoot a target it's carrying. Hot air balloons were a magnificent invention, bringing humanity closer to the skies. So how are we gonna call it down? Oh, now we can begin the target balloon challenge. For a while, the training hot air balloon slowly approaches. Hello, I think we saw you before and sent you up without us. What he said, your guest ready to start the target balloon challenge. Maybe later. Alright, just let me know whenever you're ready to begin. I'm ready. Just like SpongeBob. I'm ready. Be sure to stand firm and take care not to fall. Start as a spear, let's go, and flying target balloons challenge you. Just want to hit as many balloons as possible. Balloon shooting. Someone's an expert already. Everything's suspended apart with the crowd to fight while running a Qucusaur. Be an excellent shot. Oh, we could be using Chaska. Even have an edge on Mr. Pishika. Alright. No, these do not seem to be ones we can really target. Or at least really get in range. Detain reward, targets destroyed. I didn't know you could do that. Where's the next set? Oh, we're gonna see the Qucusaur. But it doesn't seem like we've missed any. I hope not. Oh no, we have! There are a bunch down below! Oh, we gotta try that. Hey, look over there. Saibo flies in. I never waited to fly. You like hot air balloons too. I gotta try that again. I am not. Yeah. Oh, it keeps moving even if we abandon the challenge, but... So there were a few underneath. Oh, that's crazy. That is tricky. Okay. Don't dislike that, but I need to know what I was looking out for and stay in the right spot. Oops. Okay. In the end, to be honest, Amber would probably be a better option because she's also got... She shoots 2 arrows, one slightly lower, but let Chaska do Chaska things. Scores 30 points. I like that it's Chaska. Okay. I fell off, you're kidding. Come on. Dumb. China will dangerous and the railings around the edge, and don't I know it? Oops. Yeah, around. Ah. Yeah, I'm gonna die. Okay. Let's do it. Care not to fall. Let'sしましょう. Balloon shooting. Oh yeah. Thank you. And down there. Let's see how many we get. It's 8. And over there. The declination is worse. The frightening. We gotta aim pretty high. Or actually charge things all the way, really. Because there's less declination when you've got a fully charged shot. And did we get all the ones in the first round? I've been looking, but it's funky. Oh, it probably ends up top there. Top of that balloon. That's probably what's going on with that. Looks hot air balloons too. So are the rest. Gotta concentrate a bit and Just gotta shoot him. No, that'd be mean. Ooh, alright. Second set of targets has appeared and don't I know it. Okay. Oh, you probably kinda wanna... If you can use Chaska. Wasson, that was an excellent shooting. Subarashi, only that skill choose and try meant what you did. So must have a lot of combat experience under your belt. I'm just pointing and shooting. Success was an expert already. Drops down. Excellent shot. Oh, if you shoot the explosive barrel in the middle, you can blow them all up at once. Oh, that's fine. Or not. People want to use it to practice. And that's an option. Okay. Interesting. 25 out of 16. Let's go for a maximum score. Once you're in the middle again, we... Come on. Okay. Spam. Oh, try to spam arrows, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. There we go. Okay. So in the middle over there, we're just gonna have to... Yeah, aim and shoot. It's pretty close enough. Wrong. You can do it. Challenge is almost over. Keep going. Ganbatte kudasai. One-way ride through Target Town. That's a Splatoon 3 reference! I can't believe we hit all the balloons. Honestly, I didn't think that was humanly possible. If you were one of our warriors, you'd have a crown with a Qucusaur wreath to celebrate. Like people in the tropic can hope to attain our wreath, our warriors with ancient names and selecting talented others. And actually, Mr. Kishka has one too. Yeah, holy crap! So, I was not expecting that. Destroy all balloons in the floating target balloons gameplay mode. Okay. So in Splatoon 3's base game single player story mode, there's a mission called One-Way Ride Through Target Town. It's absolute torture. And you have to snipe down these target balloons, and if you miss even one, you lose. And it's... actually insane that they'd quote that outright. I was not expecting that. Yeah, that... The wiki does not mention that. The wiki does not mention that either. And in fact, if you look it up, if you look up One-Way Ride Through Target Town, maybe it's just my cookies. But it autocompletes with Genshin before it autocompletes with Splatoon 3. That's really funny. You don't have anything to say, and there we are. Okay. And that really took me by surprise. Makes me feel like actually going through and... Oh, beating absolute max difficulty roguelike challenge for Splatoon 3, but also not real. Sipping the highest score and fighting target balloons travel at 36 points. You don't have anything new to say. Okay, that's fine. And let's bring you back here, see if you have anything to say. Alright. That was a fun challenge, though. But I was really not expecting the Splatoon 3 reference out of nowhere. Let us continue on our merry way. Talk to a few more people, check out that bulletin board. Should be around here, and... Yep, that should be everything for Flower Feather once we finish our chatting. You don't say anything, and then we can fly on over to Ochkanatlan. Yup. Shikon and Cobnall. Hey, now let's come to this, you've just got to give it your all. Your Cobnall. Not that you can do much aside from that, though. Teacher, coach, mentor, please, I'm begging you, stop making things sound so hopeless. That's not my hands, you can't even remember the hand gestures you used to communicate with your companions. How can I let you go out there on the road? I mean in the sky. The one up there is way too strong for you to rely on shouting to communicate. It's also up in your hand gestures can send two swords colliding with each other at high speed. If that happens, no matter if giving it all is going to help, then you just die. So I'm sorry, I do my best to memorize the text I won't forget next time. Well, I think I won't anyway. Well, then I can only think I can help you pass the test. Mookie. It's time to get some new Saurian whistles made. Saurian whistles. General term for any instruments used to aid in communications between Saurians and humans. So, Saurian warrior whistle drops you get from fighting them then. They're not standardized and entirely depend on the habits of the user and Saurians related to them. So as long as it can be used for communication, so long as the user calls it a soaring whistle, then it is one. Doesn't matter if it's a harmonica again, Shaska needs a harmonica, a whistle, or any other sound-making device. There are always new soaring whelps being born to the tribe, and I'm just wondering whether or not I should make some ahead of time. Perhaps if not, the Saurians pick out the sound they like best once they're older, like Avatar toys. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, Qucusaur's all okay. And thank you for your concern. They can sometimes be stauncher than humans. Qucusaurs are very proud swords, and they never forget any decisions that they've made. So long as it can still spread its wings and fly, a Qucusaurus will never abandon a human companion it has recognized. The Flower Feather Clan has survived to this day by allowing such human-Saurian cooperation, something that will never change even in the future. Okay. So ladder up there, wait, so what? Dinganak. Saurian resting here looks lost in thoughts. So if we indwell a Saurian, we'll be able to say something to you. Hi. Those two are fighting again, or maybe they aren't. The older fellow looks to be in good enough spirits, but the younger one seems downcast. Well, I've never seen such passionless conversation and wonder they can't reach any conclusion. Without any passion, even the strongest of Saurians can't fly. So is anyone up here? Yeah, Chayana. Summon. Summon. So tough, how can you get a balanced number of Qucusaurs on both sides? Do you need a hand? It's okay, don't worry about it, it's no big problem, or rather, it's no problem at all. This is something I'm taking issue with. The air traffic staff responsible for directing landing Qucusaurs. Oh, so this is an air control tower. Fun. It's not usually a problem when there are only a few of them, but if a large number return to base all at the same time, then need to use hand or flag signals to command them. Sometimes we get all these Saurians trying to land on the same flat patch of land at the same time, which is pure chaos. Tell you what needs balancing, it's the scales of my heart. Sorry, that was a quoting line, I know. Just when I see a huge gap in number of Saurians landing on one side of the high ground compared to the other, I start feeling a little upset. We're going to serve the resting Qucusaurs, ask them to relocate, to be making a mountain out of a molehill. It's not that keeps happening, the Saurians will hate me. So jokes aside, I'm afraid I really will have to find balance within myself. Summon. Oh, so he's the blaster. Interesting. It's a viewpoint. Both sides. Sorry to bother you. It's okay, this is a me problem. Ochkanatlan viewpoint. Collapse of the White Tower. Didn't know it was supposed to be a White Tower. Geography. And ideals, delusions, resentment, and hope. In the end, the tower built for the wishes of the people also collapsed. And those wishes were shattered. So how are we supposed to balance this? Qucusaurus all respond to the horn's call, no need to summon one again. Oh, so it's meant to be a way to get a Qucusaurus to fly with. Oh, that's fine. Okay, I see. Cannot switch character now, because yeah, you're not supposed to be able to put a spirit sconce in midair. Okay. Kapak and Yatvan. Oh, hey. There, you help them keep counts. Of course, I come from a business family. Wouldn't be weird if I didn't know how to do that. Then there's just 1/3 of the training assignment you have to complete, and 1/3 is how much. Don't worry about it, remember it for you. Just concentrate on your exercise. Hurry it up. Once you're finished, we can go try out some volcano cake. God, a volcano cake always tastes best after training. Cute. One volcano cake is ready to eat any day of the week. Check out the bulletin board, and then we'll have gone through everything here, and what will be left would be a few more of these wedges and protrusions, and then Ochkanatlan itself. Finally. It's a little bit over here, actually, but it's just ore. Again, it is really funny that after all these years, you can get onto a tiny bit of this patch and no further in Mondstadt. The northern limit has still not extended any further. I mean, farther. As in further extended, but extended farther. I hate the English language. So the flight trial grounds, all personnel must obey regulations to avoid unnecessary accidents. Trial grounds notice, all candidates wishing to take part in the flight test must first score mental aptitude and physical examinations before being allowed to practice takeoff. So essentially you can't be a big dum-dum. How sad. Meanwhile, a flight-related training must be conducted under the protection and supervision of a tutor. Any unauthorized training will result in permanent loss of eligibility for flight trials. Administrators reserve the right to terminate any training currently underway, and if a termination signal is received, let's follow all instructions and returning to the arena. Emergency notice. Listen carefully, everyone. I've discussed this with the chief, and everyone needs to be examined again.
Only those who make the cut in both mental and physical aptitude will be issued their wings once more, so probably abyssal corruption. Otherwise, you'll be required to stay in the vicinity of the arena to receive treatment. All candidates must undergo re-examination, especially anyone who has come into contact with abyssal forces. Exactly. Of course, if you don't wish to undergo testing again, all you have to do is beat Miss Chaska in combat. We'll consider you fighting fit. Can't quite manage that, and quit yapping in a treatment sorted yap plan. It's true that you'll be allowed to fly again. 26. Flight regulations. Please do not carry any valuables with you when flying to avoid dropping them. If a similar situation occurs, please ask any flying squad for assistance. This message to the variance in difficulty involved in finding different items, or flying squads cannot guarantee definite retrieval of any lost belongings. Please pay close attention for all regulations. Flight regulations 52. Do not shout or scream while flying. Do not make strange noises. Cannot make normal noises. Formal disorient other people or soaring, while the latter may be misinterpreted as instruction by Qucusaurs. It's creating unnecessary safety hazards. If I'm singing shall not be considered a valid excuse for making strange noises. The definition of what constitutes a song here should be left to majority consensus of people or saurians. 34. Those who release drunk by airborne will be subject to lifetime imprisonment. Bombardier from Pokemon. The safety of everyone, no one is allowed to release any airborne objects around the trial grounds without obtaining prior approval. This includes kites, balloons, and birds. Previous case, someone released a balloon and impacted Qucusaur's flight path. It went for a flying squad member administering timely assistance. The results would have been disastrous. Chief has also said that safety is paramount. Paramount plus? This kind of thing cannot happen again, so follow the rules, everyone. There's so many of these. Important, though. In non-emergency situations, please follow the ground guides, keep to fixed flight paths, take off and landing at safe speeds. Dangerous actions are strictly prohibited. Note the saurian and did it shall not be considered an acceptable excuse. Qucusaurs have an innate capacity for safe flight, but humans do not. 37. For safety reasons, please do not carry any creatures with you incapable of flight. Note, in theory, humans are also a species without plumage who walk on two wings or who are incapable of flight. So chickens, this is... They've made a number of Diogenes references, I believe. Forget what the other one was, but this is one of them. Let me just check. Bulletin board. Let me see. No mention of Diogenes. Huh, sad. On the wiki, at least. Okay. Diogenes reference. Okay. Further note, my friend has a wind glider that totally counts as having flight capabilities shall not be considered a valid excuse. Yeah, exactly. Humans as featherless bipeds. And, okay, so now we completed that and Flower Feather is done. In terms of what's left, 9 more oculi, I believe. Should all be in Ochkanatlan. So I wonder if we could muster up 80 more pyro sigils from the chest left. Don't think we will, but again, I think we could get close enough to get it pretty quickly when next version starts. And I take turn to 40. And then presumably Mars Zavari would be final area and get it to 50. Okay. Check all around here then, and I believe it's this layer essentially, and then it becomes Ochkanatlan. Of course, technically we've already gotten max on Quahacan, but what are you going to do? This breaks for nothing. And those do not. It's such a strange distinction to be making. For some of them to be physics objects and some to be totally uninteractable. If it works, I guess. And it... Don't really need these, do I? No, not really. Oh, yeah! Wasn't really looking at the side of the cliff face, but you can see. Yeah, the discoloration. You can see the rock turn from orange to gray. That's really cool looking.
Use that to get back up top. Fly over, and yeah, this is where I think we will sort of demarcate the boundary between the areas for the sake of guiding our exploration. More of these, and next is an adventure challenge. It's over in... right over there, okay. It might actually just be a monitude, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
We can go back down here, and where the rock turns gray is where we will turn back for now, and then proceed. Later, eventually. What did you get hit by? Well, me, imaginably, but even still. No guilt. Thank you. Good damage. What a great way to fight the Qucusaur. Certainly better than trying to bite them with Milani when they resist Hydro as heavily as they do. And as they don't. Yeah, Pyro's good. Yeah, I keep getting the idea that it's going to be like Elden Ring or Souls games in that enemies who are actively in water would take less damage from pyro attacks, because that in Souls games, and it depends on the game, and it's worked out differently in each. Enemies in water will take less damage from fire, more damage from lightning, but of course in this game you've got reactions for both. With Ochkanatlan's southeastern waters, a fishing point located in the southeastern waters of Ochkanatlan has considerable quantities of fish. Most anglers coming to fish is considered quite dangerous. For this reason, the abundance of fish here has been preserved for many a long year, awaiting champions who have mastered both sword and rod. I'm gonna make some of the normal bait, actually. But, oh. Got vaporized and electrocharged. Both electro and power are gonna deal more damage to an enemy in water. Oh, but no, we gotta switch the bait. Hello. And again. Sorry, I haven't caught nearly enough fish to buy the special rod for that one, but again, there's no purpose for it when Moonstringer is already just better than everything else in the sense that it's as good as every regional rod is in its region without the need to pay attention to the region you're in. It's silly. We need more Phlogiston fish to buy out the special rod, but again, I don't need it. It's a trophy and a nice one to have, but I don't need it. I do find it funny that, yeah, that after Fontaine, just no more fishing weapons. It's really just get your rod, you get your funny pool, but that is interesting though, because it does mean that there aren't really as many welfare weapons, so to speak, in Notland then, as there were in other regions, because Fontaine didn't just have a fishing weapon, it had sort of Narcissan quotes from that questline. And to our knowledge, there is no special weapon from the conclusion of Little Buddy's questline, though to be fair. Mara Javari might be a continuance of that, really. Let's keep fishing. No Madaka is still just spinel grain, which is the only kind of bait for not run. Wait, no, I think there was one for Phlogiston fishing, I believe. It's been a while since I had to craft a bait, so memory escapes. And that was decorative. 4 rabbit riding fish, but it seems to have already gotten one decorative. I need to actually put some ponds down in my teapots. Put some fish in. You know a game's good when it's got fishing in it. That's why Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom aren't great, and why... Because even Echoes of Wisdom arguably has fishing in that you can use the link, use your bind as a fishing line to grab fish out of the water and haul them on the land. Especially if they're fish enemies who want to fight more easily on land. But Link's Awakening, Twilight Princess, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, but only the updated 3D version of Majora's Mask, they've all got fishing. And that's why they're great. No other reason, no other reason. There's only one metric and one heuristic that matters, and that's fishing. I believe... got the mushroom. I think we've been here, so... I'm going to check out the description for the other fishing spot over there. I've actually forgot to check that. Should be around this way, I believe. Let's read up on fishing lore. The most important thing in the world. And was it here? I know that we fished it up entirely, so should be gone by now, either way. And I guess it wasn't this. Maybe I am just stupid. Might have been over this way. In the end, it doesn't matter. Getting neurotic about something that really just doesn't matter. No, it's right here, yeah. Flower Feather Glen, northern course, one of the fishing points registered with the Natlan Fishing Association is in the north of the Flower Feather Glen territory, and contains a wide variety of fish, but we already got all the fish today, so... sucks to be fish. Actually, no, actually. Imagine that... well, it sucks to be fish because we fished them up. But if there were any other fish there, then they're free for a day. They've been let off the hook. Rather literally. Rather literally, in fact. Okay. I need to stop making puns. Yet I need to put some kind of explosive collar around my neck. And whenever I make a sufficiently bad pun, it just kills me. Maybe that's a bit drastic. I don't know. Certain parties might be satisfied with that result. Certain Italian parties. Oh my goodness. There we are. And of course it fell off, but we were going to go down around here. And again, it's really cool to see how it fades away. And see the color drain from the stone, which is, again, very cool. Which really ties into how over in Tezcatlipoca, when you have these two little puzzle areas that talk about the color being drained. Those are in reference to... essentially what happened to Ochkanatlan, and they mention Ochkanatlan. And of course, Ochkanatlan is great stone. You know, that just can happen normally. But you see the color fading, and you see the in-world effect of what they refer to, which is nice. And around here, and again, it's just... how many more story things could I ever theoretically need? Every character uses them at the moment. I've got to 999. So no, Varsa uses whistles, Yanzan uses fangs. Definitely got a surplus for both, which, again, not a problem, but surprising. Where there seems to be a place I haven't yet gone. There's this over here, too. Should probably take this out. It's green enough. Real question is whether we'll be able to find a Shaska warp pipe. Yeah, exactly. Which Genshin character is most like Mario? It's Shaska. She uses warp pipes. Really, does that make her Mario or does it make her Luigi? That's a question. Yeah, exactly. They gotta add... oh, but that could be really funny. I wonder if someone's gonna make sort of Mario Luigi fan art of Chaska and Aoife when Aoife finally comes out, because, you know, he's Flower Feather, he'll be able to use the warp pipes too. And Mario and Luigi outfits, which... and Chaska's shorter. She's more red, I suppose, so... she might be the more obvious choice for Mario, but even still... maybe I need to learn to draw to make my stupid Genshin Mario fan art. And then I can be put down like a rabid dog. Okay. Milani. Go over there and break that rock first. Carving waves. It's interesting comparing her Japanese voiceover with the English. It sounds a bit sillier in the English because of how over-the-top and super peppy she is, honestly. And it's not a bad thing. And again, not going to look down on people who like the English voiceover, but it's... I saw some discussion the other day, essentially, of people saying, you know, something, English speaker here, I watch anime, and things always sound weird in English, but it's just sort of... You know, you would imagine that to Japanese people, over-the-top anime voice acting sounds a bit unrealistic and silly to them too, but what I will say is, with my very limited experience with watching Japanese cinema, which is really just, I watched and enjoyed Godzilla -1, which, great movie, but that had pretty over-the-top acting too, which I enjoyed. Though to be fair, you know, my sense of taste is presumably just totally shot, but whatever. And there are a lot of people who made some hay about the voice acting for it being over the top, said that they didn't like it, and it, again, made me wonder just, you know, how much of it is just cartoon being cartoon, and how much is just a different sort of paradigm of expressiveness, especially in fiction. You know, not Japanese myself, obviously. I know some of the language, maybe, but... you know, recognize the odd word and phrase when I watch that movie, but... It's only so much I can and would claim. Yeah, exactly. 10 more years and I'll know it. Kind of. Keep grinding that Duolingo if Duolingo even still exists in that many years. Exactly. Nothing is sure these days. You know, Duolingo might get banned for whatever reason, I don't know. The Anti-Duolingo Act of 2025. Heard it here first, folks. Heard it here first, folks. Alright. What I will say is that apparently a lot of their stuff is being sort of AI or procedurally generated right now, which, interesting, I suppose. See how that goes. It's just, in the end, it makes me feel like I should sort of try something else, but I am, unfortunately, a massive cheapskate. A friend offered me some time ago to use their... And we can walk on to... balloons, and that's your 15 recon rings or recon targets within 80 seconds. Ah, it's right here. I was not expecting that. So we can aim, but only from up close. Okay. Interesting. And now we can... mushroom and corn. Fills our phlogiston, sends us up through the rings, and did it? Wait. Wasn't paying enough attention. Here we are, refill that phlogiston, and this is where presumably you might want to start plunging. If we do Chaska's special plunge, will that break the targets too? Yeah, it will. Nice. Also, her special shot would work as well, but there we are. Down here we got an exquisite chase. And that... maybe hidden might not be the right word, but... once you blew up all those balloons, and knew to do as such, that wasn't going to show up for you. That's fun. Always good when they reward you for poking around like an obnoxious little busybody. That is me. Strength to dodge the fireball. I haven't gotten as much shred as I might like. Let's break you. Cool. And another one of you babies. Come on. Dodge that. I'm totally over that. Thank you. Okay. So let's just see. Oh, and random warlock. Not complaining. Fly over and would have gone up through here. Let's go down. And I wanted to get the mushroom, and instead I went back through the warp pipe. Again, I need to be put down like a rabid dog. I mean, maybe not even rabid. Maybe I've just reached the end of my life and I can't walk anymore, and death would be some kind of mercy. I don't know. Yeah, exactly, you know. Am I a diseased dog, or am I simply an old dog close to death? Why am I asking these questions? Help. Okay. So again, this is still Quahacan. Taking a bit longer than expected. I might end up, honestly, finishing some more Ochkanatlan another time. Just like I had to catch up with other parts of Natlan, this as in release Natlan in earlier Natlan, but even still, big thing is I did all the quests, I did the exploration objectives, so in case anything gets impacted, job-wise and quests by what we've done or haven't done, that shouldn't end up being any kind of issue. But regardless, it really is the principal thing. The main thing is that we've got all the limited time exploration. Oh well. Yep, and that's Chaska's birdhouse, if I recall correctly. Again, really, she may not be the most interesting character in the game, but it's nice that she was raised by birds. Gives her some well-needed panache. Yeah, exactly. I don't hate Chaska. I have really no strong feelings around Chaska, other than just I like that she's good for exploring the overworld because of her ability to use multiple elements, and also her giant gun is cool. Maybe a little out of place, but it's undeniably cool, and, you know, they tried something different. Kudos, I suppose. Yeah. But again, the question is, if Aoife ends up being a 4-star, which it seems to likely be, the question is, how is this flight going to be kind of worse than Chaska's? Because Kachina's movement is worse than Xianyun's. And we haven't really had any... Well, Oro's movement is technically worse than Sitwali's, but it's situational. Interesting. So that fell down, and that's not great. Let's see who we can use to grab that back up. We got Kaza and Vandy are the options I have in mind. If Kaza can suck it from here, that's better, but if I can't reach it, then getting Venti's burst up and blasting them from distance would be even better. Let's see where... Yep, we can do it. That's good. Okay, cool. Wonder if we were going to be able... If we would essentially trigger swimming before we were able to suck it, but no. They allow us to wait for long enough that it is not any kind of issue. Alright. Some Hiricharu over there. Oh, but we got more of them. We might have to do the same exact thing. Oops. So let's put you down and use her. Hi. A bit of this and not constant reactions on the Qucusaur in the water. That ends. You did not fall down below this time, and for that I am utterly grateful. Gonna spend a few less years in jail. Okay. So yeah, Quahacan is... Quahacan may be small, but when you're going through everything with a fine-toothed comb like I have had to, that problem kind of perpetuates itself. Right over here is a good spot, so we want to go over this way. We don't see anyone in the water. And I don't have to worry about stuff not loading in, which is nice. Got a strong enough personal computer, but let's see what happens. Yeah, so I think this coming weekend, I got Probably roll over Varsa on Wednesday. Do some collection on Friday. I mean, on Wednesday and then probably on Friday. Try to do our travel chronicle and maybe... Question is whether we'll be able to do the Ochkanatlan World Quest Volcano World Quest right away. That shouldn't take too long, but again, want to finish up Ochkanatlan. We will see what takes time and how much time it takes. I feel like I'm some kind of really stupid businessman. Budgeting time, wasted some Night Soul. Hold on. Let's keep on going. And... yeah, but at least we're going in Ochkanatlan. It's not a lie like it was last time where I did nothing in Quahacan after saying I did Quahacan and ended up just talking to people in Masters of the Night Winds. Exactly. One of you is going to take me to court one day for deceptive advertising and take all my money. It'd be funny, I guess. Thank you. Oh, but since we got on the platform already, we weren't able to use it for the climb boost. Oops. There's another Oculus, and again, the big thing is... I just want to try to get... there are 9 more Pyroculi in the game as of the moment. And I'm hopeful that I didn't miss any in the earlier areas, but really, I may well have. It would be very possible. Okay. Over there, and just get down here by that broken cart. And I believe this was one of the areas where... I've even forgotten his name. How tragic. The Tenebris Mimes has taken the form of that one Qucusaur's warrior dude. Quenine! Okay. He has not experienced Domination Memoriae then. I fulfilled my part of the pact. Okay. Yeah, it's 8 more oculi. The question is, of course, where? Set everything up and take you on. Saguara. Interestingly enough, we have got breakable things, a treasure chest. And there's really only been one time outside of that one commission, that breaking stuff. Well, actually, there was that one Volatile in Inazuma that summoned when you break some training dummies. That one commission. At the end of Mondstadt's World Quest, Archon Quest. This is something I didn't really denote. Tail Pouch of the Mountain Wind. Interesting. Though I imagine, now that they've got a way to denote optional objectives during Archon Quests, they probably denote it this way now. But after, of course, you heal Storm Terror, you find that there's a big Hilichurl attack, and the entrance to Mondstadt is surrounded by these big Hilichurl barricades. If you start breaking them, then they take notice, and if you break them all, you get some of the cheesesteaks that Diluc makes a specialty out of. So I didn't do that because I didn't think it was possible. When I first started out, I was actually trying to rush unlocking bounties and reputations then. So I just didn't do it. But effectively, there's the Shrine of Depths that we already got. Yep. And we got all of them here. And what is the final? I believe it's an adventure challenge that we need for... Right, we need one more open world time trial challenge, and that will give me... Well, that's achievement we didn't need for the name card, which is nice. But as I was saying... That's... I was trying to rush unlocking bounties, so I was trying to get as much reputation from doing the quest as possible. That led to me rushing the end of that quest and totally skipping out on that objective, because honest to goodness... Though, to be fair, the fact that I break everything compulsively is probably due to missing that before. It's kind of a chicken and egg situation. Yeah, what condition? What condition? That is what it is. And you are on top of the water, though. Satwali being there to freeze probably helped a bit, but... Just you've got cons, Chaska doesn't actually have any AoE abilities, so... She wouldn't really be triggering reactions on anything on the ground anyway. In other words, I'm stupid, but we knew that already. We can do a bit of dashing, just like the Qucusaur itself usually does optimally. Head over this way, which is totally off on the side. And really just mod some ores. That's fine. Let's go and... These Horosaurs and Qucusaurs existing in beautiful harmony. How cute. Okay. Satori, and you know what? Go ahead. We will actually use our burst this time, so we don't end up depleting too much for the distance. So another ends. Nice. We can go for the shot ends. That had limits. Okay. We really should have done this not so transmission. That's okay. Getting on land is better, and I can't believe that didn't entirely work. Guess what I should have done is target the Qucusaur, the ones in the water, more directly with Satori Burst, maybe? Or, I don't know. See what happens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's just get over there. To see a little bit of the funky... funky phlogiston orbs that you can use to boost your capacity. Go up and... a mob could climb up here and... didn't quite work. Okay. Come on. There we are. Again, I understand why they didn't want to make her unconditionally better than the rest, but even still. Go over this way. It's got at least one thing I've still missed there. I believe there was an Oculus that I may have left for later. Maybe. I think you're by there. It's this little bit off, and then it's, yeah, Ochkanatlan proper. Though I probably want to piece through the sort of outer area and then weave the city itself. There's a lot of underground in that city. It's, much to consider. Also, going around the edges would allow me to fight Bronzelock today, which that's always fun. It's always an enjoyable fight. Go up here. See what's up with you. There would have been something here that we already got, but we'll see what happens. There we go, and... more shots. Again, it's not a pyro, which they resist pretty heavily, but we've got a number of other damage shots too, though of course the anima is negligible, but it's 2/3 of the damage that's real damage is coming from Hydro and Cryo, which is, of course, unresisted by you. When they presumably add these plateaus up top. And here. And it's just, what are they going to do? Other gimmicks I could see them maybe doing with Note Cries. And I've said this so many times, because it's just... it's been 2 years. There's never been any real conclusion or follow-up to it. There's Sea Monster south of Ormos, which is still... Samira's southern coastline is still weirdly inaccessible. Some sort of uprated wave rider with the ability to, I don't know, have better combat, fight sea monsters or whatever. Could be another exploration gimmick, but again, it's not something you can really fit into character kits, so... again, I wonder, it's... the most obvious choices to me remain perfect dodge, perfect parry, which would definitely be a little on the hardcore side, but really, when there have been parry mechanics in those fights from before, like the event, they've always been, I wouldn't really say dumbed down, but they're made more accessible. There's a lot of very clear delineation of when you're supposed to parry. The window's not bad, you can see it coming. It's very generous. It is undeniably a reaction time sort of thing. It makes me wonder if maybe the gimmick is going to be characters with better or easier parries, or even auto parries or auto dodges to compensate for skill issue. I could see that happening, but in the end, I think it would be a fun way to make things work, if they see fit. If you go down here, and the only reward for the trouble is you get... What's up top? Might have been a more rocket that I got before, but again, it's been a while since I came to this little area. Little bit of a crystal. Yeah. Let's see how high we can get up on top of that. And this as well. It's a little ridge. I think I did actually touch that before. Let's see what happens. Come around the edge of Ochkanatlan. Maybe we'll go a little bit over, but that's okay. Wouldn't say we've got all the time in the world. Nothing else I need to do my laundry today, but we'll see what happens. Come down so we can line it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, yep, you can go up here. Nice. Oh, but yeah, that blocks us off. So everything here has really been seen. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break before I explode. Get a slice of bread. BRP. This may make some people happy and some people sad, but I am no longer on the verge of exploding. Take that as you will. Also brought back a couple slices of bread, which is also nice. I don't have anywhere to put it, though. Yeah. Most sanitary thing is the chocolate wrappers. I did not think this through. Okay, back at it. Okay. Strawberry Pocky. Does the Strawberry Pocky have you? Is it possessive? Let's go over here, actually. And again, nothing around this way. Right, because this is where we did the part of that Forge of Fiery Embers stuff, which got us a foot of Espasol. This was fun. Remembering this. Check mark. At least it's not a blue check mark. Okay. This takes us up to nothing in particular. Wow, that goes really high. Nice view of everything, at least. Tenatia is going to be interesting. Thing is, there's so much water. I am going to want to go and survey it eventually, but there really is most of it is emptiness. Probably almost entirely emptiness. Okay. We'll just keep on looking. Qucusaur there. Yeah, we've been here before. There wasn't really anything new. But I'm honestly kind of surprised that Madoka used the Withering Purple Blooms. To be totally honest, given that she's technically, and you even look right over here. Yeah, Signs of the Canopy is her affiliation, which is interesting that they keep that instead of just not one in general, really. But they don't have her using those materials, instead the same Withering Purple Blooms as everyone else. I mean, it's Chaska. Fortunately, I am not in a position to accept someone to join at the moment. Not anyone I know either, so that's sad. I remember a couple of times this bard would essentially come in, do fun venties. Do fun. I believe it was a Kaza player who would play music, and that was fun. What do you know? We got a bow character to use them in place. You're definitely going to be moving against soon. No problem. Not too soon. In the end, that just took more time. Because that's the thing about Ruin Guards, is that immobilizing them does not decrease their resistances at all. So it's if you can stay out of the way of their attacks already, or just don't fear their damage, there's really no reason to not just directly attack them, or if you can just dodge the stomps while up close, because it's not that hard. All you really have to do is stay behind them, and they don't have nearly enough turning speed for that to be a real obstacle. And when I did Chi-Chi's Trail Challenge, that you get a trial Fischl, so that you can do Superconduct, I used Fischl to immobilize it, and it was just a total waste of time. To the point that it's not that I almost didn't beat the challenge. It wasn't all that bad, and decently built Chi-Chi with some constellations, so we were sitting pretty. But even still, it's just that was a time loss that I didn't need. Total waste. Okay. Everything is about efficiency. Cannot tolerate any inefficiency. At that point, that's when we start killing people, Put them in the sausage grinder. Become cannibals. What am I saying? I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. Not beating the cake, first allegations. Let's go back up on top of that rock. Oh, there's another purple balloon back there and some notes. Let's read those again. The big thing that gets revealed by some of the notes in Ochkanatlan is that the Manku, the Saurian relics guy, is almost certainly just another guise of Waxaklahu and Ubakan / Quetzalcoatl / Kukulkan. Those are, of course, just real world names. Waxaklahu and Ubakan is the only thing he's called in the game, but of course that's just a long version of Quetzalcoatl / Kukulkan, the evil mastermind dragon. Oshkan's evil dad, name is Traveler's Notes 2. Right. A sheet of paper is already on yellow with age. The scribbled words on it read as follows. It is evident that this place originally intended to supply energy to the City of Ashes, but it appears that something must have occurred to cause this function to cease. If there were signs of a battle here, the main structure of the buildings here have not been damaged. Improper polarization, I see. Such battle damage did not cause the cessation. It seems more like the result of human operation. I say that only the master of Ochkanatlan, who has dominion over the entire city, may freely operate this giant city of machinery, as well as those modified source mechanisms. Why then did he shut off the supply of energy to Ochkanatlan? So intuit is there someone apart from the Python King Ochkan who can command these devices? Part of that might have been him being just kind of crazy. It also may have been... Oh... Ixkiechulel down here, who we shut off and granted a death to, but... she also had connection to the city's mechanisms. Let's keep looking. Oh, and down there, let's actually demarcate things for... Right, we still got a few pins. That is decently close to the body, I suppose. Demarcate the body of the city. Because again, don't think I'll have the time to get to everything today. But let's go in some of the outlying little shards, I suppose, and find all that. Did I? I think I did this. Let me check and make sure. I love bread. Honestly, gun to my head, though. I'd say I like rice better. Very much a rice enjoyer. That's the half Asian in me. I think, regardless of this being sort of out of the scheme, just go down to whatever this one challenges now. Oh, and it's in the tube. Just to get the name card. Because of how easy it is to digest. And how... Oh, okay. Right. Good old bread-tallion. That. Sure. Yeah. Let's do this. Enter. What, 15 power particles in 60 seconds. Where are... Oh, they're all there, so you have to do this flight. Fun. And how'd I miss that? That's stupid. The answer is that I'm stupid. Presumably. Haven't missed those, but you gotta go back and check. Come on. And there we are, Ignited Adventure 2, finally. Okay. The kid... That is... We have the following achievements. Receive a name card style. Ignite Adventure 2. Complete 10 open world time travel challenges in Teska Tapatogo Range, Quahacan Cliff, and Ochkanatlan. And not one fleeting dreams. Before one could become a sage among dragons or a king among men, the poise of one's ambition would have long since turned to naught but dreams, yet to be incomplete is good, superior in fact to perfection. The dragons, as powerful as they are, too powerful for their own good. Yep, we'll have to wait a while to be able to do this one. Gotta get the statues in the tower up. Oops. Okay. Now we have name card showing. Again, very excited to see what the local legends for next version end up being. So we got go around Tozos. These couple of little islands over here then. Well, I wish luck to our beloved Throat Talion, I suppose. Over here, then. See, is that a chest down there, or? It's not mockery. I just like using nicknames for everything. It's an outright compulsion for me at this point. You're just projecting. It's like how thieves think everyone steals. Okay. Go around and, yeah, nothing. A little bit more over there. So we'll check that out too. This. And, you know, Qucusaur-tracking. Rex. Okay. Let's do this. Should probably actually try to keep the ice up so that isn't floating, if at all possible. And they just ended up floating on the water their own accord and not quite in place, so we lucked out this time. Very good. Okay. And up here, there's a ring. Some boost rings you're supposed to use with Qucusaur or Milani. Thanks. Jump. Jump. And those rings restored as well. It kind of surprised that there's no associated challenge, it seems. Oh, it's probably right there. Okay. Interesting. Let's get you. Didn't mess up this time. Okay. And I can see a Qucusaur right next to it, so this is definitely some sort of Qucusaurus associated jumping challenge, but of course we can do it with our character. Do it with Milani, so we'll do that instead. Hello there. Hello. So Qucusaurus This is one of the weaker ones that returns to previous form a lot more easily. And there we go. Nice. Then again, it's not as if we're really in need of their materials. Given that. Oh. The only weapon I've gotten that needs their materials is the polearm from this patch, which we've already leveled up enough. 15 Flowlight Orbs within 80 seconds. Okay. Somehow I think that this is not really the way I'm supposed to be doing it. That's okay. Yeah. Could always just glide back, but... So this is where we'll actually have to do a Milani jump. Wait, so... where are the rest? It's not here. Ah, there's a spirit way with sun. That's fun. Takes us back to the start, I imagine. There we go. Okay. But it's funny that it would make more sense to make you jump up that little staircase than jump down. Don't really have to jump. Fixed torch, pursuit of victory. If you say so. Suppose what we could do is we could just do the whole swimming around thing right now. Just to make sure there's nothing I'll leave in the water that's of any note. Won't take too long. Get some actionable intelligence. This was... No, I think this was where the other Shrine of Depths was, I think. Maybe. Yeah, one in Quahacan, one in Ochkanatlan, none in Tezcatlipoca. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, there is a lot around here. We did a lot of it through quest lines. And a lot like Enkanomiya, this is an area where a lot of what's around is quest gated, but still. I like that in the same area, we have both the highest currently accessible point in the game and the lowest, which hard to really compare stuff like Enkanomiya and Underground Chasm because they're not actually on the map. So you can't really get a depth for them, but in terms of things, areas that are accessible on the world map proper, Nursery of Nightmares is easily, by far, the lowest. Yep. Let us take you on. Thank you. Let's clear that out because we're getting some swirls, which is nice. You can see the bullets disappeared because when the enemy they were targeting went away, so did the bullets for each. And this area is in conjunction with some of Chaska's story quests, but it's not her bird family's home. But those arrows in the ground, I remember those are from the quest. Okay. Advance a bit up this way. Yeah, swoop around. It's Tozo's, this little bit over here, and these couple of areas that I think I'll hit in the rest of the time I've got. Should be fine. Yeah. Is over as well, and so far out that nothing is showing. I see that over there, but not really much of a concern. Milani, if any of that happens. And again, it is interesting that you don't have kind of stamina regeneration in movement modes that you got with characters like Xianyun. It is, I suppose, a balancing factor. Take another pipe up. And nothing seems to be down here, so let's just take the infinite Phlogiston. Head over to these two little places, which there should be a Tenebris Mimesis here. Don't know what else. The main big thing in the area was the Forge of Fiery Embers, of course, which we've gotten. I'm honestly kind of surprised that not one character explicitly uses As in, can use Phlogiston to attack. They get more field time in most cases, but they're not getting any extra attacks out of it. Surprises me. Not in a good way or a bad way, but it surprises me. So these are just to bridge the gap. There's nothing special here. So if the others are going to come down with you, it seems to just be you and nobody else. Okay. And keep on melting. Pyro and Hydro. Good stuff. And yeah, exactly. We cannot hit you at all. Even when I am right. Don't have an active hitbox because they don't want a weird looking floating spirit sconce. Okay. Keep heading around the edge. But of course, much of the deal with Ochkanatlan is its verticality, so we'll see that as well eventually. Yep, over there presumably is Marajari. Maybe Nodcry over there. That's the big gateway to the Night Kingdom. Honestly, it's weirder that the Night Kingdom is not the Abyss than it would be if it had been. I think I actually got hit, but fine because of the shield, which actually did something this time. Okay. I'll go on that column then. Which might be something. Might be. We will pay attention to you, and by pay attention I mean beat up you some other time. Thank you. Suppose we could go into the Nursery of Nightmares too. All the way over there. Big still smoking hole in the ground. And nothing up top. Yeah. Suppose we can go and survey all that, but of course it's nothing besides a big hole in the ground. Yeah, Tozos, which again should be not much left. Okay. It's cool looking. Before everything changes, and because what happens is Ochkan collides with it, it's actually a big sort of pillar like this, but there's nothing to find. I didn't see that environmental change coming, so I actually had to join somebody else's world just to take a look. Over there. Got a Qucusaur. That's nice. Again, death. The goal is simply killing things. It's a Tyrant's Fang, so clearly it deserved it. Okay. More of those. Yeah, and this could be going on. Ran via motorcycle or through the air on motorcycle too. But of course we could have probably waited. And this is very faded. Incredibly great, but again, this is a physical entrance point to the Night Kingdom, which is not common, to say the least. Should be another Qucusaur over here. And okay, we gotta wait. Oh, alright. Here we are. I do wonder what kind of team I use when I put in Varus. Suppose Chaska would make sense for exploration abilities, but she's got anti-synergy with Yansan. And, well, using both Varsa and Yansan on the team. I guess Chas could be there for flying around in moral support. Well, Malvika, Yansan, and Varsa is a perfectly usable core. Yeah, it's just like plunging into the big holes in Tears of the Kingdom. Nothing down the sides. That crystal is a bit grayer than it usually is for Bugiston. People like this in the chasm, but not much, of course, and just goes so far down. Yeah, nothing in the chasm was as deep as this. Imagine if there was just a random chest somewhere. I'd just go looking for it, but that would be unpleasant. Let's regain that stamina then. I hadn't even really noticed I was running out. It just keeps on going because we're plunging through the earth itself. Vanarana has a hole too, and again it's nowhere near as deep. But old Vanarana, which to be fair is very close to the current one. Yeah, here we are. Nothing to see here, but Tomcon. Okay. Yes. Here we go. This lead up before the teleport waypoint is quite good. Again, got a lot of Panache. Had good use of darkness. Yeah. Nursery of Nightmares, which, again, presumably is physically the Night Kingdom, though it's interesting that they've never said anything to that extent outright, in a similar way to how, to be fair, back in Sumeru. The Land of Grounded Dreams is itself kind of similar, especially before you clean it up. Marana, that is to say, Abyss. Marana? Whatever. And here remains the body of Ochkan. Yep. This is not water. Okay. It's sad, actually. Maybe this would be. No, also no. Water sound, but no water. Yeah, the Arena for Night Soul challenges, and again, that rock is pretty much identical to this rock, and it did show up a bit in some of the Night Kingdom encounters and Notland's World Archon quests. Yeah, it's the same exact kind of rock. Ochkan's remains once the Python King, the Sacred Lord, and the Fell Dragon. Fully dragon and fully human, he now slumbers here in silence. Until the end of time. Get some rest, buddy. Okay. And then... what's left to touch would be... Tozo's real quick, these couple. And this over here, which again should not be all that much left. But we'll see. Fight Bronze Lock, and then I think that'll be good. Or actually, yeah, we'll do the water another time. Goes up there. Beautiful sunlight. All the way down to the Isle of Tozos. Clean up Isle Tozos. Something like that. Smart thing to do would be to begin from the top and work our way down. So let's do that. Already scaled it a bit for the sake of the little Saurian egg quest here, so we'll get that done. Let me just check this out. Isle of Tozos. Can I read this? Not anymore. It appears that Milani has forgotten how to read it. Satwali can't do any better with it. So around here... Oh, that doesn't go up anymore. It seems that this area is, at least based on how high up we are, totally cleaned out. Yeah. Seems to be the case. That one should be readable, but essentially all those were log entries about setting up defenses to protect Saurians here, because this was used as a refuge during this sort of lore area of this area, lore era of this area where Saurians were persecuted. Though it feels a little strange to say that about what are essentially animals, but they were to be hunted down and eradicated, but a few were protected over here. Apparently maintenance log 3. Log that switches too high up, a ladder would be helpful. Climbing up every time is quite the hassle. Probably due to budget constraints, no ladders can be made available, only grappling hooks. But there are not any signs of the canopy grapple points here. Approval suggestion your body's in abysmal shape. Abyss. And more climbing, it will come in handy later. The rest of the content seems to be nothing more than ordinary maintenance records. Yeah, but I suppose maybe the grapple points are gone, but yeah. The only things left right now are the scan points that allow you to do a super jump if you've got an Iktomisaur or Oron or Satwali. Let's go around the bottom then. How much is that? She actually didn't take damage from that. Surprising. So let's keep on looking. So I Tenebris Mimesis around, and I want to give it what's for. It's... You know, maybe I can save that for next time, too. Go around Tozos, I can make some furniture, and then... Yeah. I would be remiss to, at any time, close things out early. But given that I went and beat the entirety of Elden Ring yesterday, as much fun as I'm having, I do not feel particularly impelled to drag things out. So let us... These two cannot be... And has that woken the other one up as well? Yep, it's woken the other one up as well. These ones you actually cannot, and the fact that the eyes actually do not have any special glow, or their eyes don't glow, it does show this in time. You can't stun them, which is fine, because again, stunning them special needs to be friendly, but... Yep. Let's see, and let's use the invincibility frames on that. It's very, very nice. What I like to see, and okay, here's that. Smack it for that, and come on. Do a few leap attacks, which I... Oh! That didn't kill me at least, I was quite worried. And here we are. Finally, and... Oh my goodness, you are in bad shape. After coming here so much earlier, doing quests so much earlier, it always does lead to asking the uncomfortable question of, is there always nothing here, or am I just getting forgetful in my young age? Or is it just... I mean, it's been 4.5 months. I have a job. This is not what I particularly go out of my way to... No, excuses, but... And again, also, 9 hours of Elden Ring, of fighting promised consort Radon, so I'm okay with my performance. Totally wasted burst. So probably can see them spin around a bit. Even if, and again, I will admit, the gun stuff definitely is kind of strange in context. I had to manually allow that. I hope you're happy. I'm going to... One of these days, I need to figure out a way to... Yeah. Pretty soon, hello. Sorry about your connection. I need to figure out a way to make Twitch, censorship, etc. work like... As in... A hex bug specifically is in the little motorized toy. I'm not surprised, I'm just... I want you to think about what you just said. Thank you. Oh, okay. Don't die. But... I want to figure out a way to keep the VOD clean without outright blocking messages. The dream is to make it like Roblox, where if you say a no-no word, the game just crosses out with asterisks and still sends the message. Okay, well, even if you didn't enjoy it, I want you to reckon with what you just said. Isle of Tozos. A fishing point located on the Isle of Tozos has considerable quantities of fish. For most anglers, coming here to fish is considered quite dangerous. For this reason, the abundance of fish here has been preserved for many a long year, awaiting champions who master both sword and rod, so it's the same as the other Ochkanatlan descriptions. That's okay. Let's catch some fish. Catch some fish. Okay. And next Sunday. Yeah. Wednesday, I roll for Varsa. Go around a bit of the new area to get her mats. On Friday, do that again. Probably, maybe do a bit of Ochkanatlan. Saturday, do her Trouble Chronicle. Sunday, do the new World Quest on. How are you doing? Long time no see. How you been lately? You are going to be happy about this, but I think in a couple weeks I'm finally going to start Sonic Frontiers. Because I've beaten Elden Ring, and until Night Rain comes out, gotta figure out something that's good, not too long. It's finally going to be a chance to do Frontiers. 23901. Is there any particular significance to that number, or... That's my question. Honestly, like I said before, there was that one achievement today. That was a direct quote of Splatoon. Okay. When you say don't worry about it, that makes me want to Google. It's the zip code for Farmville, Virginia. Stress me out. Apparently we're calling her Stressbula now. Not sure exactly what that is, but apparently it's Italian. Yeah. I guess you're gonna have to start eating cat food. Unpleasant, really, but I guess you did this to yourself. Okay. It's all green fish. Green wave sunfish. Again, we need to catch more of the lava fish in order to defeat... Oh, in order to get all the stuff from the fishing shop. Should actually make a note of that specifically, instead of just hoping that I remember, because God knows I probably won't. Afflicted by which one? Oh no. Don't tell me. Cookie Run Kingdom. Oh, ZZZ. Okay. I've never played Cookie Run Kingdom. The extent of my knowledge of it is that my sister, when she was in high school a couple years ago, some of her friends in theater played that, which frankly tells you all you need to. ZZZ looks really fun, and I like how good the combat looks, but every day that passes, it sounds tougher to get in, but the urban aesthetic's real cool, and just... Really, what I hope is that they add parries and dodges to this game. Because a few of the limited... Well, not limited, but sort of super bosses have parry mechanics for the one here, but of course the map makes it almost impossible to locate. But there's a little tunnel here that leads to a boss that uses some of the parry mechanics that were used for some of the events in the past. And then one around here... Actually, it doesn't have a map layer, though. Just a tiny little cave. Uses a perfect dodge mechanic, which is entirely new. But it is very plainly the kind of lesson they'd learned from making a game like ZZZ. Well, to be fair, it's in Honkai 3rd, too, but... Oh, okay. The characters are fun and the animation is cool. The game definitely has a bit of a reputation, but it's honestly quite funny that most of that reputation is really limited to and justified by the advertisements and doesn't really show itself elsewhere, so to speak. That the advertisements would give you a very different impression of the game than you would actually get from playing the game itself, or so I have heard. So who have you played around with and who do you like? Right. What I will say is that one of the things I do know is that the TV mode got kind of partially scrapped. Hiding in a trash bin? I know they make a lot of trash can jokes in Star Rail, but I also know that people have gotten kind of sick of that. And it's like, the supervision here is way too lax. These pests do nothing but eat and play, or the Sorane's right. In fact, they eat better than we do, and they treat the facilities like they're toys. Or to Ochkanatlan said that these pests are enemies, I do not think that foes should be treated in such a friendly fashion. Reply, acknowledge, approving party's suggestion, no changes required. So it's just your first day, no need to rush into work, please observe and learn first. Okay. The bang boos are cute. That is definite. The rest of the content seems to be nothing more than ordinary maintenance records. I know some of the people in the server have tried out ZZZ. Like I said, I wish I had the time. Because it looks fun, but again, with all the time that's passed, it would be difficult for me to do what I like to do in games like these, or really just this one, and get everyone so I can have more toys to play with without, having to toss cash. More than I'd like to. Decaying Star Town, but up it has a restricted area set up for controlled supervision of Saurians. Unauthorized personnel prohibited by order of Ochkanatlan trespassers will be regarded as invaders, intruders, and severely punished. Reports the inscription then forcibly chiseled off. By whom or by what? So the big thing is that we had to scan that circle, but we've done that already. There's just nothing here now. Yep. Log switch is working properly, however there are too many loopholes in existing patrols and the weapons lack power. Considering that there have been several recent attacks, security level increases are recommended. Apply acknowledge, approving party suggestions. Merely drive the intruders away, no need to harm anyone. The rest of the content seems to be nothing more than ordinary maintenance records. So, not that much left in. It's these islands, maybe going back up here to fight the local legends. Going around the edges a bit, checking out the water. It's the main body, but of course that also includes significant underground area and the entire skyship, which... fun area. And again, it's a lot like Enkanamiya, which is the essentially ruin area equivalent in Inazuma. Again, next patch we're getting this big underground city, which very interestingly, it's underneath the volcano in the southwest, but it's got an artificial sky, so it's basically an underground, sort of underground shelter, I suppose. What I find funny is that I said that reminded me of Alterna from Splatoon 3, which is another sort of underground city with a fake sky from its own story mode that you fall into through a crack in the sky like it seems you'll do with the next one. But what I find really amusing is just, today there was an achievement that I wasn't aware of that I got. That was directly named after an infamously difficult mission from Splatoon 3's story mode. So it's very plain that they have that in mind. I am in the position of playing Splatoon games for the single-player story mode. It makes me weird, I know. I'm weird, I know. Qucusaur Sentinel, detected processor started, no response, initialization failed, damaged offline. So I wonder if it was trying to fight that Abyss Mimic enemy. One thing I do like is that a couple of those enemies showed up in a quest as actual chest mimics, which, frankly, I miss in Elden Ring. The fact that Elden Ring didn't have any kinds of mimics makes me sad. Because, looking for, finding, and defusing a mimic, or alternately just dying to one. In the other Souls games, that is Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, because it wasn't in Demon Souls, was also very, very fun. the original Dark Souls actually had the idea for a bonfire mimic, which I think would have been a bit too far, as in, you get to a checkpoint and instead just blows up and kills you. It was not implemented in the actual game. Probably for the better. But Elden Ring is very, very player-friendly, newbie-friendly, and that allowed it to reach the heights of success it did, and it's still an incredible game. Production value is great. It teleporter traps, but it doesn't kill you, though. And honest to goodness, I would have preferred the teleporter traps if they had been more common and limited you more than they did, because as soon as you touch a grace, you can leave. But I actually didn't know that at first when I was playing a bit on my own. I got TP to Kaled into Celia Crystal Tunnel. I didn't know I could teleport back, and this was before I'd actually gotten the horse. So I was walking around as a sorcerer with basically nothing, thinking I had to work all the way back to Wingrave. In the end, you could always just do a no teleport challenge yourself, but having to actively constrain yourself instead of being constrained by the game, it is categorically different. Also, I'm not sure if I told you or you heard, but I beat Elden Ring's DLC yesterday. I ended up using the Reduvia, the Blood Lost dagger that I had, used at the very start of the game, gotten to level 2 out of 10 upgrades. So I took it back out of storage after abandoning it 9 months ago. Yeah, because I fought the final boss with the 2 summons, because they're story relevant, but they deal basically no damage, and of course having them buffs the boss's HP significantly and his damage, meaning that the only thing I could really do was focus on status elements to take down his HP percentage-wise instead of damaging him normally. And it took a bit. I took a number of attempts and different strategies, but it was an accomplishment, especially since I actually managed to keep one of them alive. But of course he just immediately dropped dead afterwards, because that's how it happens. Diary, okay. We read this already, but this is essentially about someone being tasked to guard the Saurians, and being disgusted with him at first, and eventually falling in love with him. In a platonic sense. Maybe even Aristotelian. But basically, they were defending the Saurian eggs, and this was the start of the bond between humans and Saurians, and sort of Saurian veterinarians as well, I believe. So, like I said, I'll do the rest of Ochkanatlan some other time. You know, we've done all the quests, but exploration's what remains. And we've got whole city with a significant amount of verticality. This is a big tower, and then the cool skyship. That is pretty small, even with its verticality, so I am going to make some furniture. Probably run a couple way ones, get to show off Venti a bit, and oh, I gotta do laundry. And I'm tired. Because, again, 9 hours of Elden Ring. 9 hours of... About a couple of those were just Promised Consort, because he is that crazy. And again, to be fair, the summons were part of it, that they actually had to nerf him. He was so brutal. The funny thing about it is that they did the same thing for Radahn's base form in the main game. That they nerfed Radahn 2 different times, as 2 different bosses, because he's him, I guess. But nice to get that done. Real question is just seeing what's going to come back with Night Rain, and maybe figuring out some people to play Night Rain with, and also doing it solo, then coming back with people, probably. Though, of course, that's obviously not the intended way to play it. 12 pouch of the mountain wind, an anemometer. Anemo! Well, yeah, wind measuring. Made from ash and Artica wood, paired with a conical cloth bat, primarily used to help people monitor wind speed and direction in real time, is a unique device of the flower feather gland. I did not really see that. It said that although this cloth-based anemometer is not as precise as propeller-style ones, its low-cost and intuitive design make it a favorite. Even a Saurian rider flying high in the sky can judge the appropriate wind speed and direction on the ground with a single glance, as if grasping the very tail of the mountain wind. It's a big old wind sock. Fixed torch, pursuit of victory. A fixed torch made with a stand of ash and Artica wood, metal fire basin seen in various locations within the Flower Feather Clan. Like other tribes, the Flower Feather Clan seems to favor open flames over focuses as their primary outdoor light source, because they are at least partially the specific pyro fire tribe. Some speculate that the roaring flames symbolize the tribe's burning desire for victory. Probably the most warlike, too. Others believe that's simply because Phlogiston offers better visibility, making it more suitable for guiding flights. Phlogiston offers better visibility, or as in flames offer better visibility than Phlogiston. I don't think that may have been translated right. Drawing wall, guiding lines, stone walls of a lofty tower, embellished with reliefs and adorned with symmetrical patterns that give them a neat and orderly aesthetic. Work equally well as both internal partitions and protective outer walls. Said that one of the graffiti artist's main challenges is keeping track of where different parts of their work are in relation to one another. Working on large, flat, vertical walls, they can easily lose their sense of space. Just like a person getting lost in the woods, or really more of a desert. Because psychologically, if you get in a desert, or just, a wide open area as a human, with, say, a big mountain in the middle, or some kind of landmark, psychologically, you will almost always end up circling that landmark, even if you try to go in a specific direction. Or so I read. That might have been garbage. Of course, if the wall they were working on helped and be covered in subtle yet strictly symmetrical reliefs, could serve as natural guiding lines, and this would likely no longer pose a problem. Guiding lines. Drawing a warped perspective, and you see this little staircase pattern. Stone walls of a lofty tower embellished with the reliefs and adorned with stepped, asymmetrical patterns that create a sense of dynamic motion. They work equally well as both internal partitions and protective outer walls. Some of the three metallic ornaments and asymmetric patterns on these walls disrupt a composition, creating a sense of imbalance and making the surface difficult to work with. As a result, this type of knotland-style wall is relatively seldom used. Yet despite this, some master artists will go out of their way to procure such walls, believing that the more imbalanced and challenging the canvas itself, the better their graffiti will reflect the adventurous spirit of Knotland. Again, I do like how they made graffiti lore important in the sense of Phlogiston, the sort of magic fire power. It was sort of the origin point of graffiti and lore. Showing a graffiti panel, the low walls of a lofty tower carved with golden reliefs. Simple embossed patterns exuding refined and dignified elegance. They work equally well as both internal partitions and protective outer walls. Rather than purchasing ready-made decorations, the people of Knotland generally prefer decorating walls with their own graffiti. This built-in ornamentation on Knotland-style courtyard walls is usually confined to the edges, and a central relief kept minimal and unobtrusive so that it does not steal the limelight. What about the lemon light? Tell me about that. Come on, one of you has to groan. Okay, ageless agave. Just let us make some mescal. Large plant pots found throughout Knotland that house a rosette-shaped herb. The sharp... Thank you. That was a sigh, not a groan. But I can't afford to be picky. Sharp edges of its fleshy gray-green leaves are an unusual pink color, making them resemble a saurian tongue. Renowned for their exceptionally long lifespans, these plants can thrive for decades. Compared to other herbs, they seem to endure 100 generations, hence their hyperbolic moniker, ageless agave. So is it actually agave, or... Looks kind of like it, but a real agave would have much bigger petals. It says resilience is one of the warrior's greatest virtues, so do these plants embody a profound meaning that goes beyond mere decorative value. A person need not envy the fleeting success of others, but should instead focus on rooting themselves and owning their strength. If I recall correctly, mezcal is basically tequila, but the agave leaves used in it are burned in a fire pit in the ground first to give it. Thank you for the groan. You're being surprisingly cooperative today. I really do appreciate it. Sweet down. Large plant pots found throughout Knotland that house a rosette-shaped herb. Most notable feature is their succulent sap-filled leaves. Legend has it that if the flower stalk is cut before the plant blooms, one can extract its sweet nectar. Through fermentation and distillation, this liquid can be made into a potent spirit, fiery as a Qucusaur's flames. Okay, so I guess this would definitely be the agave then. If the stalk cut before the bloom. That is how tequila and mezcal are made. It's why among connoisseurs of fine liquor, this plant has earned itself the affectionate nickname Sweet Down. I appreciate it. The stadium's tempered steps, these stone steps stand throughout the stadium the Sacred Flame are renowned for their durability. The stone materials used in the stadium are exceptionally strong, requiring prolonged and meticulous polishing to achieve a uniform appearance. Refining such stones calls for years of expertise, much like the process of creating these steps, something that simply cannot be achieved overnight. The best is and most expensive alcohol I ever had, back when I still drank, was... back when I was in choir, and we'd go on tours during our spring and fall breaks. We would stay in the houses of alumni, or sort of people who liked the college, and every now and then, they'd share food with us. sometimes drinks. One guy we stayed with once was a liquor store owner. It was really, really funny, because on the way back he was talking about, oh yeah, during coronavirus everyone got really depressed, so business was booming. You know, maybe some of them probably shouldn't have as much to drink, but I enjoyed taking the money. And I wondered why he was saying that. He didn't seem especially guilty, but it's just sort of like, yeah, okay, cool. But he had us try some Pappy Van Winkle, which is a very expensive whiskey aged for decades, I believe, that costs multiple hundreds of dollars per bottle. It was pretty good. But it wasn't multi-hundreds of dollars good. It was... He had us compare it with some cheaper whiskey, and it was noticeably a lot smoother and tastier. But it was not hundreds of dollars worth. If you've got that much money, at that point you just look for things to spend it on, but still. Guardian Pillar, Myriad Warriors, tall, sturdy, and highly reliable. Its massive stone pillars are densely adorned with stepped patterns. Hey, it's Trajan's column. Set to bear the weight of the stadium of the Sacred Flame, they stand as symbols of Natlan's warriors. The war against the Abyss, it was the grit and courage of the warriors who were fighting on the front lines that held things together. They are the pillars of peace and its ultimate safeguard. May their sacrifices and dedication never be forgotten. Right, it's from a blueprint, so this would have been released after the Archon quest concluded. Lemon Cello is worth more if you like Lemon Cello more. I actually never tried it. For many years, I wanted to try Absinthe because I like the taste of licorice, and I never got the chance. Someone actually promised Absinthe to get me to come to a party, and then it just wasn't there. You know, I didn't really care that much. It was just sort of, okay, alright. Guardian Pillar, Abundant Shamans. Crowned with metal brazier, these massive stone pillars are specially adorned with stepped patterns, set to perform both illumination and ritual functions. Within the stadium of the Sacred Flame, they stand as symbols, not one shamans. The shamans, the Pokemon. Watch over the Night Kingdom's borders, all seeking revelations hidden beyond the veil of mystery. That would be, yeah. May all follow their guidance to find the answers they seek and under their protection find a path of their own. So they'd be Nightwind. And then, of course, the warriors. So 5 for everyone else and 1 just for Nightwind. To be fair, the three not-one weapon materials are essentially Arrowhead, that's kind of a Signs of the Canopy thing, the Mask, which is Ochkanatlan, and then the Mirrors for Nightwind. Absinthe? Well, you like sweet flavors, you don't like bitter flavors. I like bitter flavors. Which is why I'd want to try Absinthe. Because I like bitter flavors, and I especially like the taste of black licorice. Though I suppose you could say that that's more specifically the taste of absinthe. I mean, the taste of anise. Anise. Which is used in a lot of southeastern cuisines for... A good pho will have some anise in it, so... Yeah. Now get out of here and replace yourself with your mom. That sounded a little wrong. Never mind. Okay. So we'll just do a couple more runs of... Couple Leylons, and that'll be it for today. Oh, geez, to the... Oh, of course. I don't imagine she plays video games. And I used to be pretty good at math, but I wouldn't say I was a little liked it. And even with single target. Perfect. Thank you. Let's get that, and... Again, a little bit more experience, because... Got Yansan and Varsa coming next patch, and the sooner we get them going, the better. Oh no, I switched out the wrong person. Didn't want to switch out Mizuki, but, you know, all animo. Kind of hard to tell sometimes. Use this too, it's gonna be a... May as well heal. Secret source mechanism right down there. Big, totally unique elite enemy. Nothing shares its drops. Interesting. So let's go down here. Yeah, we'll have to wait till the weekend to really finish up Ochkanatlan, but could be worse. Could be worse. Got a good deal of it, and off Quahacan, which took a lot longer than expected today. And it wasn't even just talking to people. Even the area itself took longer than expected. Alright. You. That's where that ends. And slash ends. 1, 2. We waited for the Night Soul to gauge to fill up. We would have probably been able to one-tap, even with no reaction. It's from the pure raw damage. So, causes alright, but for overworld stuff, generally it's gonna be that is better than anything other than a true single target situation, so. This week, maybe. Should get her to Friendship 10 soon so we can get her out of the party and run something decent again. This ain't bad, but it ain't great. So, thank you everyone for chiming in at various times and junctures. Always fun chatting with everyone. I think I will close things out for the day and see y'all next time. Playing a different video game, maybe. Well, actually, this week it's just gonna be this. Because of the new update. Then, next week, so in about 2 weeks, we'll start Sonic Frontiers, and that should probably carry me all the way until Night Rain comes out. So, thank you very, very much. Have a great day, and yeah, Sundragon.